Eating.
Oh.
Time to jump.
Oh, I'm not prepared.
Big teleport.
Nice.
They were not high enough.
That poor breach got shot through the smoke.
Who lets that old man out of the nursing home?
I forgot my pin.
Gotta go.
Eh? Oh, okay.
Oh my god, you're PNG! You're PNG!
Never mind, it fits the mat cover.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Hello, Mini. Welcome to the stream. Finally, you caught one. Let's go,
Yeah.
Mini. Hi, Xiao. Yee, whippy. Hello, how are y'all doing? I just realized that I haven't add in the redeem to drink. So if you want to me to drink right now, you can let me drink right now. I will just open my bottle of soju right now.
You know,
Poison orb emitting. I'm out of here. Poison orb emitting.
I'm blinded to say.
Poison orb emitting. I'm
I
out
can
of
push back to their spawn.
reloading.
My health!
Healing you.
My heal!
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker
Why
spawn.
they're all there?
Poison's
Run
off.
through the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Behind us.
Reloading. Gotta go.
Yeah! yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Go, go, go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sere, for the redeem. Hi, Sere. How are you, Sere?
okay,
How's
Janai.
everyone?
Nice
I
try.
will add in
Nice try.
the redeem soon. Hold on. Let me add one. Let me add one.
Oh my god.
Skelly!
I'm sorry for insisting.
Skelly! No! Whoa. Hey, why is it to fist? Skelly is rich indeed.
Toxins going up.
deploying drone. Right here. Right here.
How did I kill not to kill both of them? 74?
Oh, I didn't mean to do
Sage
that.
74?
Cutting through. Reloading.
Hi, Skilly. It went to my mod yet again. Wait, this every time?
One enemy remaining.
What? Right side.
Spike down, B.
Nice.
Oh, Vandal. Oh, Phantom. Oh, shit.
Oh, it's a battle pass.
Ew.
Ew, what? Wait, it looks clean. Look.
Stop!
Ah.
Hold your money, Skilly.
What's that? What's that? Ah.
Ah, ew.
Oh my god, Skilly, no.
It's bullying.
No, wait, hold on.
Oh. No.
Wait,
no.
goggle. Goggle.
What? No, you take.
Oh.
Take it.
I think
I like this
the
game.
reading should be up right now.
I love it. Don't worry.
Wait, is that a new Slavi now?
Decoy. Time to jump.
Stop!
Revealing area.
I forbid you. Stop it. Stop it, Skilly.
Enemy down.
Stop it.
Breach killed.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, 78.
You stop, Skilly. Stop giving. Stop gifting.
Give.
You keep coming in with it.
Hi, team.
Oh, hi, Fizz.
Go, go, go!
We support the army. Not until like that. No. You already give 3. I think the redeem is already out already.
Hate you.
Thank you for the hate pad.
Ah!
Support. No. We not do like that, please. Don't scare me.
Get her.
Cutting through.
Spooker.
Good.
Toxins going up.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Cute to the
The toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
Time to jump.
Barrier
Fake killer. Cutting through.
Poison orb.
One enemy remaining.
Poison's off.
Revealing area.
Yeah, my tsunami is not being approved, but
Thank you. Oh, I was
Priorities, they're suffering.
hello, Yuzu.
Go, go.
Oh yes, Yuzu, can you please shout out to everyone who is in this? Who is in this?
Yuzu.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy. Free the salami, nah. I am so.
My queen, my number one. Please don't do this to us. Fucking jinx me, I fucking swear.
Poison orb emitting.
What is going on?
Don't get in my way.
Blind.
One enemy remaining.
That was it. Probably.
Big dude is coming.
Spike planted.
Fuck. Can we do this?
Toxins going up.
Yeah, I don't really know what's stuck with my tongue. Do you want a motorcycle engine? Oh wait, no, that's just a motorcycle.
Oh, there's
What? Oh, God.
Oh, that guy.
Thank you. Thank you for the shout out. Thank you, Yuzu. Oh my god.
Rana, clock's ticking.
No, I've been it's been I need to get
Gotta go.
Oh.
I don't have the dumpling.
No dumpling. I got money. You want to buy?
That should be all, I think. Yeah, thank you, Yuzu. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah. Bye. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Poison orb emitting. Poison orb
Ikaw ang pupal ka, lumayas ka dito. Akin. Tay. Burat! Dead!
Bruh.
Sorry. Oh, why that clip? Oh my god, no!
Poison orb emitting.
Hey, I just saw that! What teammate me? No!
Oh my god. Canvas here. You just draw on the canvas. Why you do my feeling? Why you do my script? Just draw on the canvas.
Fake teleport.
Feeling good.
You do shout herself out. You know, you need to express your feelings. Just draw on the canvas if you want.
My worry.
That was just a random click.
Your duty is not
Wait,
over.
wait.
Fascinating. I must record this feeling.
124 rate.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Yuzu!
One
You
enemy
shut up yourself.
remaining.
Hold on.
I will not kill my allies. He's got it.
Haha, shit.
MC.
Nice job.
Fight till the end, no matter what.
No matter what.
Not this great. I open my soju and then we'll drink
Oh, hey yo.
a bit later.
Hey yo.
Actually, I
Yeah.
shouldn't be drinking before I eat
Can you
though,
request?
but
Can you
never
request?
mind.
Can you
Yeah,
request?
you should
Request. Request.
Nom nom. Yeah.
Yippee! Ah!
Yeah, today is drinking
look at this
stream.
lineup.
Poison orb emitting.
Nice lineup.
That's too far. Too far lineup.
That's tanky.
It's the start.
Fuck! Why they all hide in the corner so nice? Make sure to drink water. I'm sorry, yes, I will drink the water right now. What flavor? Grape, green grape.
Scanning ahead. Cutting through. Found them.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
you rap, bro. Oh, shit.
Oh,
What?
was a
Oh,
shot.
I mean like, oh yeah, I will drink a lot of water. Don't worry. I need to refill water though. Bye, Chu.
I'm out of here.
I'm not sure if I want to carry this around. Then I should.
Ow.
It's
Joggle.
one shot if I...
Oh.
Oh.
What, I'm thinking?
Hi.
No,
Hi.
no. Best
Thank
one,
you.
best one.
Oh my god, can we not
I
do
need
that?
goggle.
Huh?
I need goggle.
I'm kind of scared.
Yes, Minnie.
What did I
this
do?
year
Why
for
are
some
you
odd
calling
reason.
goggle?
Minnie, have you not slept?
because goggle kulaha para sayo.
I should have.
Fuck! I can't, boy! Fucking hell! No.
Why you want that else food?
Nothing. Where did you learn that from?
Poison orb emitting.
Nothing. No.
Do you know what it means?
Yeah, I'll do everything for you.
Oh my god.
Shut up.
Didn't come here to
My
die.
ult's ready.
So I got you.
Time to jump.
Last player standing.
Let's try.
Enough.
Oh.
We are strong because we are together. Don't forget that.
That's fucking caught me off guard.
Yeah, it's kind of early because I
my
did
God.
say that I wanted to stream after dinner, but I realized everyone in my family is not at home and I'm just playing games, so might as well just stream right now. I think it's quite early. I normally
Oh
stream
wow,
at
what's wrong?
2 hours, 1 hour later.
Nothing.
But yeah.
God. Mario Sep. Oh my. Too far.
What's my pronunciation, alright?
Understandable. It's understandable.
Many enemies ready.
Spike planted.
Wow, Odin.
Oi,
Did not walk
goggle!
away. Mr. Redeem up already.
Imposter kill.
Yeah,
One enemy
the...
remaining.
In panic mode, I wrote the redeem shop Puno.
Chapuno.
Nice
Nice.
one.
No.
No.
No.
Damn, Spina.
Oh, Spinner.
Pick something nice.
We're on top fragging, what the hell?
Gotta go.
Yeah.
I
Congrats.
was messing around.
I was messing around.
Yeah, you're messing around. I hate. It's still on my head. I can't. What the fuck? I did not expect that from you. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
I'm dead.
Why? How's he not blinded?
Toxins going up.
Yeah, they're going through. Yeah.
Toxin screen down.
Spike planted.
There's a wall there.
There's a weird wall.
Last player standing.
Oh, what a rat behind this.
All the rats here.
Move. Take this. I'm out of here.
Huh?
What?
Watch out.
Okay.
Oh no.
This
Wow.
My bad, I guess.
First she shooting through the
Last
box and then
round
she
in
walks
the
down and
half.
started.
Spend your money now. There's no banking.
She is not fragging.
I'll never do it again. I'm sorry, Siege.
Go, go, go.
I'm supposed to out. I
I'm
forgot.
out of here. I'm out of here.
Yeah. What? Oh my god.
Get out of my way.
Don't get in my way.
Oh no, no!
No, no.
I got a knife.
With the knife. Oh god, oh.
Oh, I couldn't hear a thing. Oh my god. Guys, don't come and see my Velo gameplay. It's not that nice.
Oh, ow, ow, ow.
Time to jump.
Unlucky.
You will
You
not
have to watch
kill
it. No,
my
no, no,
allies.
no, no.
No.
Oh shit, so sexy.
Oh.
Scanning
I
ahead.
was
Damn,
ready
Sage
to.
is-
There,
Boy.
Spike planted.
Stop that.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Don't see, right?
No more.
What?
One enemy remaining.
Three gone.
Okay,
I
okay,
think he's still
okay.
here.
Yeah, it's still here.
He's still to your corner here.
Oh.
Oh no. Huh?
Oh.
Pretty sure that was the race.
Oh, it's me.
Is he doing 9
Can you ult, please?
Okay.
He's ult. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh.
8 10 HP in a dream.
Oh. NT.
Nice
You
try.
can bump. Oh my god.
Better not be.
Killed by a
Switching
fool.
There better not be any more gifts now already. Scary gift 3 are very shocking already. You don't laugh like that, Spina. Please don't do it.
What? What do you? Why are you laughing at me? Not me.
No, Scary, no.
No, Skelly.
By the way, you get my you get your free 800. Free 800. Oh, I haven't posted that I'm live. That one's for later on. Later on stuff to do.
Ow.
Poison orb emitting. Poison orb emitting.
Scanning ahead.
Poison orb emitting.
Found them.
Oh.
Enemy
Behind him.
Oh, it's so low.
If not, it automatically go to your CPF.
Anyone?
Last player
Oh!
standing.
You're surely only.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! No,
Don't
what,
get
what
it
the
now,
sage
don't
still
get it
there?
next
What
year.
the?
Don't know.
I mean, I'm more than 21 years old already, so. But yours today?
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you? Go, go, go!
Oh yeah, I did. I got it today as well. Hey, free money! Yay!
Oh, yippee!
Let's go.
Yippee! Alright, the money who was even given to me is gonna give back already. Who is doing?
What?
Oh, Zell.
Whoa! Wait, Deji, what's pedicab?
Toxins going
What's pedicab?
Poison orb emitting.
Revealing area.
Huh?
What's pedicab?
Reloading.
What is that? Wait,
What's
can you
that?
type
Toxin
it?
screen down.
Handicap? That, I don't know. Handicap.
Don't get it.
Poison orb emitting.
Oh, those. Okay, okay.
For you.
Those. Okay, I just searched handicap. Those are like
Oh my god.
like vehicles, but bicycles.
Oh, shit. Huh? Oh,
Reloading.
I don't know how to explain it.
Sage!
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Oh! That Sage is so quick.
Oh no, actually could have. Wow.
Wait, let me see. Pedicab.
It's
NT.
like a bicycle or a tricycle, something like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
What were you thinking of, huh?
Oh,
Why
it's like a
asking?
family. It's like the family, like the.
It's
Oh, not
mostly used for like that's like the cheaper version of a taxi.
Oh yeah,
It's like the
for-
bike
for us.
taxis.
it's like what you call it? Fucking. Like the guys like at the front riding the bike and then like carrying the two passengers in the back.
Yeah. Those yeah. Why are you asking?
I don't know.
Are you going to the Philippines? Don't go.
Toxins going up.
Don't go. Those tricycles can be like scammers. They can like scam mostly foreigners who like pay
Toxin
like
screen
500
down.
pesos. Even though it's only 20
No
pesos.
fuel. Not enough
30
fuel.
pesos you need to pay.
Poison orb emitting.
Spike down A.
Poison's off. I have the spike.
So
Spike planted. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Last player
What
standing.
the hell you down there?
OMC and
What the hell?
This was wild.
Wait,
Try.
what? Fucking bim bim bop, bro.
Excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me.
How did you know I was there?
Team Ace.
Yes, he does, because he had a shotgun.
If you must fall, then fall near me. I'm out of here.
No one hides there though, ever. I swear.
I'll find them.
Okay, thank you for the luck.
Thank you.
Scanning ahead.
oh, thank I need to learn some lineups for Sova in this.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't think.
This stupid wall is here.
Yeah.
You go, go. My ult's ready. Next.
Nice one down.
Enemy B.
Nice one down.
There's another. Why
One
are they all
enemy
there?
remaining.
Why are they all there?
Your tactics
We could have not went there yet. No! Scary! No!
I don't
Fuck.
care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Yippee!
Oh, bless you, Skelly, bless you, bless you.
Someone stop him! Someone stop him!
Go, go,
Someone stop Scary! Not join in!
Only
I see one
Skelly
person
can
join
stop
in.
himself.
Let's go, Skelly.
No, not like that, not like that, not like that.
Get out of my way.
Get out of my way, yeah, surely.
Ah!
Enemy
That's
A.
her way.
Oh shit, I even blind that bitch too.
Yippee? No, not that yippee.
Time to jump. Fake teleport.
That's my way.
Cutting through.
Revealing area.
Suck that.
Huh?
Kill.
Kiss me.
Healing you.
路过借过。
Don't get in my way.
Okay.
Oh, there's someone in there.
Take flight.
Ready.
Yes, we got to celebrate, but not until that standard.
One enemy remaining.
Good job,
Reloading.
team.
Poison's off.
Flawless.
I did not do anything. I just outed.
Yeah, we gotta celebrate. Ray 200.
Stand tall. We are fighters. We are fighters. Gotta go.
I celebrate by drinking, not celebrate by giving me money.
I'm out of here.
You can use that money to buy drink.
No, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no, no. Is there a way to you just stop stream?
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
That's a lot of you two.
Are they there? There? I think they're all there.
Toxins going up.
Enemy spotted B.
Take this. I'm out of here. Remove.
Oh, about to die.
Healing you.
Don't die, don't die.
I die, I die.
Bad for your health.
Toxin screen down.
Shit, I wanna
Right
get
here.
Not recharged. Toxins going up.
Right here.
Toxin screen down.
My
I
ult's ready.
can't see things.
Not recharged yet.
You will not kill my ally.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice one, you hot got this. Big one.
Um.
What a way to die.
I mean, I got the other guys.
That's when's a week.
Gotta go.
Don't give me heart attack.
What do you want?
Go, go, go.
Just ain't finished her off.
A heart attack a bit. I like how scary Spina first type that command, then when Beast come in last, then Beast got the emotes.
Yeah, bro, he just yoinked the
Yoink.
jitter, man.
Go and study!
I'm out of here.
Nice one, Zhao.
Thank you.
Time to jump. Reload.
Poison orb.
Scanning ahead. Found them.
Oh, I nearly got it.
Toxins going up.
Take flight.
Oh,
Enemy spotted B. Shock dart. Shock dart.
Toxin screen down.
Shut
Breach killed.
There's two there.
Cutting through.
Where?
In the. Oh, yep, right there.
Thank you for the luck. Thank you, Skelly, for all the bits and gifts.
Last player standing.
Holy shit, this guy's correct.
Yeah, Sage has this.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Rest, don't rest.
I did not
Oh.
expect a healer to fight so well. You are
She's trying to
incredible.
rinse herself.
Go, go, go!
You're on my second monitor, so I'm also studying.
I'm
Also,
out of here.
I doubt that multitasking abilities though.
Anyone have fun?
Yeah, not like that.
Gotta go.
Nothing.
Edsa ka ba?
I want to see.
Vandal?
No. Nothing.
Edsa ka ba?
Oh.
Edsa ka ba?
What that mean?
What you say?
Na makapag-move on?
Go, go, go.
What that
God, you
mean?
don't-
I don't know.
Nothing, it's nothing. You don't need to say.
Toxins going up.
Revealing area.
It's nothing.
Reloading.
I'll never know.
I'm out of here.
Planted.
That's good.
Toxin screen down.
He was staring at you clearly.
Oh god.
Fake teleport.
Poison
All
orb
these
and
guys is
toxins
dead
going up.
actually safe.
Your duty is not over.
Oh, fake. Oh shit,
Last
that's
player
love.
standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Almost. Oh, she got the 6.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Ace.
Oh no. I've forgotten there's one step over there, so
My quiver is never full.
That's what I
Go,
said,
go, go.
Penade.
Oh!
Okay, you don't get it too, right?
No!
I want to
Go,
know.
go.
I don't know.
I'm out of here. Fight.
Hamburger.
Get out of my way.
Oh
You
shit.
get it?
Yeah! Oi.
What?
Satisfied.
Don't worry.
Oh shit, wait.
Scanning ahead.
Oh shit, wait.
Reloading.
Yeah, that's a payback. That's a payback.
Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
No one.
Toxins going up.
Barrier created.
Toxin screen down. Poison orb emitting. Poison's off.
Deploying drone.
I'm here to take back this.
I think they're in A.
Yeah, alright. Not me, right?
Why are they all there? What the fuck?
Oh, 40 on
My ultimate is ready.
Okay, Ray.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, that one not okay. What deal?
Let them try to get through me.
Why were they at A?
I don't know. Don't ask. Never ask. Don't know what to say.
I'm out of here.
Hey, we're chilling.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll give you another one.
Yeah.
I'll just type it so you.
Gotta go.
Captain party chat.
No, I can't. No, I can't. No.
Why?
You not buy a gun?
I don't even need to translate that one.
Yeah, that's it. You don't need to translate anymore.
Enemy spotted. B.
Reload.
Oh no.
I died.
No bell. Oh, that's one.
Toxins going up.
I'm so
Kiri.
sorry. I am so
No,
sorry.
no, you traded me. No, you traded me, love. No.
Toxin screen down. Don't get in my way.
Prepare for hellfire.
Poison orb emitting. Poison off.
Oh, you scared me my portal, bro.
What? How you not here?
Man, that cracked this jet and Sage is cracked.
For real.
In my smoke, you can still see me picking up my gunman, alright?
Apparently. What's happening?
No idea.
Ingat don't get stabbed. Bad way to go. Go, go, go.
Oh, I have no more money.
Gotta
No
go.
money.
Just like me for real, for real.
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Wait, yeah.
I need a drop.
Let us hunt.
I'm out of here.
Whoa.
That's
I'm
so.
scared.
Toxins going up.
Oh,
We tend to dust.
how did I became? How did I crawl away to the top? How did that happen? Spinner.
Last player standing.
Ah.
I should get water.
30 seconds left.
Probably right after this game.
Jeez. Oh.
This jet is cracked.
So
Match
cracked.
point.
What will it be this time? Have
Super
any
cracked.
patterns
No
emerged?
money again?
Uh-oh.
Am I? All good.
I need a drop.
Thank you. Finn already
Go,
know.
go, go.
I
Quick
see.
feet, quick trigger.
Yeah, for the... Oh shit!
What's that?
I'm out of here.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
outta here.
okay, rush in. Go, go, go.
Toxins going up.
Revealing area.
Coming through. Gotta go.
Take flight.
Here we go.
Spike planted. Toxin screen down.
And then
Mark it.
What the fuck?
Oh, shit, I'm so dead.
You will not kill my allies. Poison's off.
Off your feet!
Poison orb emitting toxins going up. Toxin screen down.
Last player standing.
Oh
Oh,
shit!
and
No,
Nice try.
Jers. Damn,
The
Ray
sassy
got
Mac covered.
flagged,
You
bro.
thinking it's
let's
being
go.
sus.
The best.
What?
Defenders
I'll be
win.
back. I'm
Suck
not
my dick.
Whoa! Oh, okay.
No.
No one heard that. No one saw
Valid,
that.
Sin, valid.
Even Zell says valid, but he's never toxic.
Because that's he
Never
hang
mind.
hang out with you too much already.
guys looking.
It's a fact.
They were spamming easy.
Yeah, they deserve it, bro. You said that raise, bro? That guy was
Yeah.
shit, bro.
Oop.
Wait, let me see.
How did I even go up there?
This guy was shit, bro. Imagine. Imagine.
Imagine.
Is it dinner time for you guys? Or
Yeah, no.
Mm,
Excellent.
Dinner.
dinner time? It's 8
dinner
p.m.
time. I
Yeah.
don't have dinner. So
Oh.
Same.
No!
I should go and
I will
see
just like watch.
what?
Get water.
Oh yeah, I get water. Okay, I go back. Be
Yeah.
right back. Be
Get
right back.
water.
I'll go get the water.
Yes, get the water. Water. Water. What you gonna say, did you? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were better say something.
Nothing. It's nothing. I can't. I
okay.
can't.
Oh, okay.
I can't. Yeah,
Why are you
I'll
crying?
just.
Stop crying.
I can't. I'm just gonna like put it on my. Gonna type it out. Pull it
Okay.
out. You know. Cannot bully you.
Oh, you can't bully me.
I can't.
Yeah, you
What?
can.
First.
Yeah, you still got like another 9 hours. Fuck.
Hmm?
Hours.
I'm gonna struggle tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you will.
Oh wow! Not that you feel. What the
What?
hell?
I need to try and make you fail that spin.
Oh wow!
Not bullying. Okay.
Just
Yeah,
remember what I said.
I'm deliberately letting people play with me so they can like try to like make me fail. So
We'll
Yeah,
play
like-
together.
so you can like enable me, guys. You know.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
okay.
trying not to get enabled. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I need to enable you.
That's messed up.
You don't remember what I said on the, like, I think during League?
Which one?
Ah. That if you pass the like the
Oh, yeah,
do
oh,
a
yeah.
butsu.
Oh yeah, you can't enable. So that. Oh, that was you have to enable me.
Yep.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, why did I invite you when you're gonna eat?
Why did you invite me? Huh?
Whoopsies. Water, you got water?
Water. Yes.
Nice. Nice.
Let's see.
One
Hydration.
one little bottle of water.
Oh,
yippee.
Water.
Now you
that's-
can take a hydrate right there.
Okay. Very nice for giving a
We just
hydrate.
got.
Hmm.
I like how it says have a bottle of water. It means that like have a whole bottle of water.
Technically, yeah. Technically.
Yeah.
But all I did was drink like half a bottle.
You gotta be so hydrated.
Yeah, I need to be very hydrated if not I get headaches. Which is
Yeah,
why
yeah.
I was like, I feel like a bit of headache because of light and the lack of water. Then I really need to go and get water.
Yeah. Is it hot there in Singapore or no?
It just rained, so it's very humid.
Ew, even worse.
Yeah. So I'm
No, I have to
in
say
a
here
sauna now.
Yeah,
Very
it's
much in the
humid
sun.
here as well, but it was just raining earlier.
Yeah. Singapore. I think the temperature now is around. It says 27, but
Ew.
Match found.
but it's like free sauna. I don't want this sauna, Lini. I don't want this sauna. This sauna is ridiculous.
What's my temperature? Oh, it's not even that. It's like cold. What? The temperature in my place is cold.
How cold?
16 degrees.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
It doesn't feel like 16. I think it's just my room. I think my room is just hot.
I'm in between. It's
My room is
22 for me.
hot. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's just my room then. Okay, we're going
You
to
do
list.
have a
Are we playing all
computer.
duelists?
5 duelists.
Oh,
Let's go.
you're still going to go jet?
Just kidding.
Okay, just kidding.
Let's go.
Oh, you're not playing ISO?
Nah,
You
I
can.
always lose my 1v1.
I wonder why.
Holy shit, it's 90% humidity, bro.
90%
raining.
humidity. In your area?
Yeah. I mean, it was raining just
Oh
before.
god, I'm
it's
gonna
like,
get
it's like
jet
stopped a
beef.
bit.
Wait, but I miss her over there. Oh my god.
Oh shit. Oh, there's another. I miss her, bro. There's two I miss her.
It's still I miss
Uh-oh.
hers. No. And why is there?
Uh-oh.
I lost a name. And one casually called Shadow.
Shadow. TVZ.
Wait, TVZ's the hard carry apparently.
Really?
Oh shit.
What the title says.
You're all obsessed
Oh
with
damn.
teamwork.
Title's hard
So
carry.
I'll tell
Highest
You wanna
temperature
watch the
recorded
AG?
today
Justice
is
was.
32.4 degrees Celsius. Wow.
AG, do you want to watch?
Yeah, go.
Oh, I didn't hear you say anything.
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
It's so
okay,
good.
okay. My ear.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna put my earpiece like very far away, so if I can't hear you guys,
No!
you know why,
Joke lang,
Why?
joke lang.
Okay.
Oh, I had to pick that bitch, bro.
Oh, Sky.
Oh.
Where's my name going? What the fuck?
Reloading.
What? What's this kid saying?
I never hear anything. I cannot hear a shit.
Fake teleport.
What the
Time to
fuck?
jump.
Reloading.
It's an actual kid.
Last player standing.
We're in trouble. They're good.
They are actual kids.
We're here because we're the
But then what this kid said, ah, my eyes.
Hi, Kami. Thank congrats on 200. Thank you. You Kami, you can go good rest.
What's wrong with that?
Go, go.
What am I hearing?
Is he playing for a different server?
Yeah, 170. Isn't it around your thing?
Yeah.
Isn't it Australia now? No, you're just thinking. Is it
Are these Singapore servers?
Yeah, it's Singapore.
Because I usually get 140 on them.
Oh yeah, maybe I should change more.
I thought I misheard.
Cutting their vision. Enemy spotted B.
Reloading.
Please, please. Don't push me there.
Reloading.
What the fuck?
I am
know,
good, a
that's
bit
not
cold,
good.
so I start a fire in the fireplace. Ooh, fireplace. At least we are getting humidity, and I don't like here.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Getting jet
Got
diff.
this.
Satchel out.
Yeah.
Got your wings.
What the shit? Shot my toes, bro.
Spinner got this. Spinner did not got this.
Oh,
You're hers.
I'm sorry, Kami, my Kami Oshi, but I let you down.
You let down a lot of people down.
I let you down.
I'm out of here.
Damn.
Those I miss those are a problem.
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do,
It's Spinner, I believe.
Oh, thank you.
Cutting through.
Do it again. She's gonna do it again, bro. No cap.
Oh, yeah.
Blocking sight.
Oh fuck, I grab, I...
Eyes down.
Oh, they're all coming from...
Spike planted. Reloading.
Kid, move out of the way, bro.
Enemy spotted B.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Last player standing.
Oh shit.
Do it.
Oh,
ready.
you cell. Oh no.
Oh, was the bomb inside?
Playing hard
Yeah,
to
the
get.
ball was inside.
Yeah.
I planted it
Oh, shit.
inside my bed.
Oh, dude.
It was like panic plan.
Panic.
Panic.
Fun.
Good job. No, the Cypher was just standing there. Are you winning? Nope. Look at the score. Nope. No.
Yeah, Ray's carrying.
Yeah.
No, Spina is carrying.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're both carrying.
No.
Yeah.
I won't say the kid is carrying.
I got dipped there with a Spectre, bro. What the fuck? Oh, in the wall.
Reloading. Last player
Oh
standing.
shit, I thought this.
To be fair, I got the idea. It's just that there's too many things happening in the goal,
Yeah.
and Spina dealt me 9
This
damage.
place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get
Oh
out
yeah, I
of here.
did.
Ray pro player
I didn't
ne.
suffer
4 rounds is
any
still early, yeah. Hi Ray, congrats on 200. Thank you, Gwen.
They said
Hi.
something.
Oh hi Koro. Hi, oh, no, Koro. Hi Darcy. Hello. Welcome in.
Oh. Didn't mean to do that.
Now it's Spina carrying. Happy now? When will I carry? I will never carry. Huh?
Why does this kid sound so sad,
Blocking
bro?
sight.
He's like crying.
Oh fuck.
They're playing
Oh.
Valorant again.
Last player standing.
Yeah, everyone, we did not see what happened there.
See what?
Nice try. We never have a chance to play together. You can.
One beats my firepower. I got this.
Do I have a
I'm
command?
gonna say no just to piss this kid off, bro.
That's so toxic.
There you go. If you want, just
I do not need a surrender one.
Go, go, go!
huh?
What?
All I heard was
Huh?
surrender.
Oh yeah, you can just add me in Velo. Then if you see me online, you can ask. Do it, Spina. Do it, Spina. That's what Kami say. Do it, Spina.
I already said no.
Okay.
Time to jump.
Grenade!
Whoa! Wow! Wow!
Still in sight.
One more.
Oh, inside the container, bro.
where.
I suck. Okay.
Yeah, you suck. That's
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, okay.
Killed their sight.
Okay, okay. Spina, you're not gonna get cancelled in here. Can I monkey ball? Okay, can.
One enemy remaining.
Time to jump.
This Euro is cooking.
So saved a day.
Wait, what
Don't
about the
make a big
OP,
deal
bro?
about it.
I think I should
Oh.
lower down the
I
kid.
belong here. We all belong here. Gotta go!
Chad, don't play with this middle guy, bro. Don't play with this.
This bit of like kind of toxic.
Yeah, this Spina got a bit toxic. Monkey, yes.
Monkey! They never go through here. No, maybe.
There's nobody here.
Blocking sight.
That's right.
Oh shit, 115 this bitch. Oh shit.
I've got your trail. Last player standing.
Oh shit. Oh, he's gonna get ace.
Are you, oh, you're going for duelist?
Someone
Yeah,
has
yeah.
anything to say about it.
Over here.
Oh!
Oh!
To be
Shut
fair,
the fuck
to be fair, I did have a right idea. It's just I cannot execute at all.
up.
I'm amazed I still get the cipher hit.
Yeah, he did.
He's so dead in that corner.
Do you want to dance? I'll lead. Go, go, go!
What you want? Bro, he's got snow globe melee, bro.
I'm out of here.
Beyblade. Beyblade.
Beyblade, let it rip.
Let it rip. Zoom.
I'm out of here.
Yo, someone's surely camping here, bro.
Oh, 100%. It'll be neat.
Oh,
There is a Neon.
press it.
Oh, okay. Nope. Did not work out.
One down. Bomb buddy out.
I'll handle this. Here. Here.
Everyone's
Get out
everyone's
of my way.
helping.
Who would have it?
Last player standing.
Oh shit, I hit someone in fucking
I'm back.
ear hole, bro.
I'm right here.
Oh!
The judge cannot kill.
Don't stop.
Why are we
fighting.
getting
You
duelists
must
this
keep
year?
going, even if you're the only one.
For me, not for
Yeah,
Spinner.
I'm feeling the Neon bit.
We
I
both
miss
are
her,
feeling
that's
the.
right.
We are feeling the against the I miss
It's
her.
the I miss her buff.
Yeah,
It's the I
miss
miss
her.
her. Oh my god, it's the I miss her.
Bye.
Yeah.
Just when I want to play this.
Let's go.
No.
Go, go,
Time
go.
to jump.
Spike on spike.
No.
Gotta go.
Cutting their vision.
Where? What the heck?
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Oh shit! Someone in fucking elbow, bro. Oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah, the jet is crazy. I miss her.
Okay, I only have like 78 grenades
If I change my I miss her,
Hopefully that's
it's
enough.
not even going to be that good.
Nah. If you change your name to a mister, you're gonna be cracked.
It's the depression buff.
Yeah. Alright. I got a real gun now.
Alright.
I've been unspected this whole time.
Enemy spotted A. Still inside.
I can't see
Enemy
him.
spotted A.
Go. Get him. Or spike down.
Spike down A.
Bro, why you all got MPs, bro?
Back off.
Oh, Del.
you done this.
Del.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
my.
Oh.
I beat and I miss her.
I got your back. Just
Get
Let's
out, got that
go.
bitch,
from the
bro.
front.
I'm speaking gibberish, so
I cannot hear you, kid. Can you like fix your mic?
Go.
Shut the fuck up, kid.
Oh wait, I forgot.
No. After the game, should we check their ranks and their
Who's this
history?
spinner guy? He's so toxic.
I am so bad. I
Who cares
cannot.
about their rank, bro?
What rank they have?
I know, this kid's talking about their rank.
Then,
I know. Delusion.
then I guess I'm sorry that I'm iron.
Cutting their vision.
Blocking sight. This way.
Boom.
Guys, go. Spike planted. Gotta go. Okay.
Cutting through.
Okay.
Blocking sight.
They were both just waiting there. Scoped in.
Garden.
Last player standing.
Garden last one. Garden 3. Not 3. 2.
Oh, what the fuck? The box
Rest in
blocked the
peace.
rank.
Maybe you should shot Puno one
Last
run
round before the switch.
Yeah.
Maybe I should shot Puno one
Yeah,
round,
me
man.
too. She is very.
I know.
Jopuno.
I don't know how to.
I'm out of here.
Okay.
Let's make some chaos.
I bought a gun but no shield. So we're going for it, I guess.
It's okay. Balls deep.
Nice out.
So,
Hi! I'm pissed!
Not nice.
Ah!
oh.
Blocking sight.
Thank you.
Go.
Protect me!
I got you.
My whiff. 130 dead. I'm so sorry.
What?
Reload.
130.
Watch out!
Okay.
One
No!
enemy
Just
remaining.
didn't stop running.
Yoru! That was not
Cutting through.
necessary. That was not necessary at all.
Is she too?
Yes.
That is a good look for you.
You feel sad.
Double down rounds, let's go.
Switching sides.
Oh,
Go,
I actually
go.
survived with no shield and everything.
Yeah.
So bad though. Oh my god. Never to ever jet ever again, guys.
So, since your Velos is working now, maybe we should bring up in Velos.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
I mean,
It's time for us to get diamond, bro.
Ooh.
bet. Let's go.
Hey, y'all bet. But look, this guy is doing strats and fucking unrated, bro.
That's
I'm out of
crazy.
here.
Crazy.
How you meant to do one mid? What?
Crazy. And mid.
Oh.
Wee.
Yeah, here I got it.
Yeah.
On our way.
On our
Spike down A.
way.
Oh,
Reloading. Spike planted.
Kill.
Right side.
One
the
enemy
neon.
remaining.
Underneath?
My god. How did we win that?
Good try, idiots.
You're not either. I can see
You're going to
What you
scatter
eating?
from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
I'm out of here.
What you eating?
No, no sheriff.
does food.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
No problem. You go.
Yes, I'm feeling the alcohol in my body now.
Yeah, I'm feeling it too.
Don't you give that sheriff to speak?
I gave it to the kid.
I have to
Oh,
battle
no.
with
I
you.
felt generous, bro.
Yeah, sure, you can battle with me to... Yeah, tomorrow can... Eh? Wait, I need to check my... What's tomorrow?
Oh, good luck,
Wait.
Spin.
Oh, I killed her.
So it's like the usual time, it should be fine.
I'm stuck in here, guys.
Spike planted.
The aim,
If
I'm
it's the
stuck in
normal-
here.
If it's the normal timing, it should be fine.
Oh, what the fuck? You better clutch with my sheriff, bro. I bought you this shit.
Wait, no, Saturday I might be
I
late
think I
coming
bought
back
him
home.
that.
Good try, idiots.
But if it's like after
Oh, you did?
10 PM my
I mean,
time,
still, oh.
I think it's...
Sorry.
I think
You're
it's
still ringing.
fine.
What a faceless sheriff.
I'm out of here.
What the hell?
Need a drop.
No. No more Mr. Nice Guy, bro.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh, Mister's coming up then.
Not. Oh shit, I got a judge, bro.
Blocking sight.
Oh no, one, yeah, next one.
Wait, Spectre's so OP, bro. Who made this gun?
Spectre.
Okay.
My ult's ready.
You can win this comeback, guys. Yes, Kami. Thank you, Kami. Oh, they all teleported away?
Time to jump.
Reloading.
You. Ray carry. No? No, look at this.
Spike planted.
This B at the bottom.
Here,
Get out of here.
here.
Last player standing.
Bro, not like that.
In the...
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, I didn't know it
I
was
hit
you.
him for 22.
was winnable. That was winnable.
Then
Shut
where are
up,
you?
kid.
Where are you? Where were you?
It helps with accuracy.
It's okay.
Oh, I want to shit talk this kid so bad. I'm so joking.
Don't worry, gonna ace right now.
No.
A bit of a.
They're a child.
Chillax, Spina, chillax. It's just a
I'm gonna
child.
traumatize him so he doesn't play this game anymore, bro.
Okay, Spina.
I'm saving him. I'm saving him from this fucking game.
That is a very weird savior complex you have.
Ace right now, thank gifted stops. No, I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to
The
try.
ace right now.
Oh, I wish. This is why I
Maybe.
can't
Bro, your mic.
we should be together.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted. A.
That not ace, yes.
Cypher tech
Last
140.
player standing.
Dead.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Oh, you're so good, bro.
Stop trying.
Are y'all playing Australia? No, we are playing in Singapore server.
Singapore.
Singapore.
Cutting through. Yeah.
I'm getting carried by Australians. If that's what you meant.
I'll pick some apart.
No.
You clean up whatever's left.
Even the skin might be Australian. We don't know.
I don't think they are.
Really?
Go.
Sounds like.
Yeah.
I mean, the ping looks like it.
I think he's just lagging, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I also don't know what am I doing in my own server. Okay.
By the way,
My foot came.
Blocking sight. Get out of my way. Hi,
Oh.
I'm pissed.
I'm cheating.
I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining.
I am cheating.
Spike down.
Let's go down. Just cheat all the way. Go down.
Cheating.
Gotta go.
I'm cheating.
We going cheat, man.
Never show weakness. Ever.
Okay, after this game, I'm probably going to eat dinner.
Yes, going dinner.
Okay, who else is still playing? I'm
going
gonna stream your point of view.
Oh,
Getting
shit.
content.
nice.
I'm actually eating breakfast. What's your breakfast right now? I have no idea what's my dinner. Oh, Zhao.
Blocking sight.
Yeah, there's a couple there.
I'm out.
There's a couple at,
Spike down. B.
No!
Last player standing.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, wait. Oh, McDonald's sandwich. Oh, that's nice.
Match
I
point.
don't know.
The dimensional fabric.
Community
I'm out of here.
commands. I think there is a shop command. You can just go and get the shop by using the command. This.
Let's go.
Ah.
Yeah, I just use that command. You'll be able to buy.
Never good at play. Just when I said that. Oh.
Cutting through.
I've got your trail.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
They're going B. They're going B already. Hook out there.
Most likely in the corner.
Yeah, such a very informative thing.
One enemy remaining.
No, slightly in the corner.
Close. Cutting through.
I forgot what the other commands to see how much you have. The how much you have is the Poke Pass.
I hope this ring
Yeah, the
is
Poke
bad.
Help. Yeah, that's what the command there.
Spike planted.
No.
My god. Can I say anjing, but not the... Not the...
Anjing?
Not anjing, but it's
Oh, okay, I was
anjing.
gonna say, I was like,
They're corners.
oh, no shit, Sherlock.
Here. Enemies
Oh, oh, oh.
here.
Nice one, Spina! Let's go! No, because... Not anjing, but anjing.
Good try. Idiot.
Not anjing, but anjing. Anjing is just keep quiet. It's just shut up. So, yeah.
Holy shit, you got so much money, bro.
Just search the riot. God damn it. Oh, you really got a lot of money. Wait, let me see. Oh. Never mind. I say less.
Holy shit. Oh, they're going A, guys.
Yep.
Night night.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Yeah.
He's safe.
Satchel out.
Oh.
Nice.
Finally, I didn't die one round. For that one round.
Ai, surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
Yes, Spina. Kami is
What is
personally
kid
chill
saying,
either.
bro?
I don't know, I never want to hear. That doesn't sound like here.
Bomb buddy out.
Oh, it's here, it's here. Okay.
Satchel out. Enemy spotted A.
How did he huh? Huh? Oh?
He's trying to give me the gun.
Here we go. Shocking.
Today.
Is it any game or is it must be this game, Kuma?
Enemy spotted A.
Both.
This game? Okay.
One enemy remaining.
A bit hard but I try my best. Nice one, Spina.
Holy shit.
Huh? Where? Huh? Where? What?
We got this. Go go go.
Yes, Spina is carrying us hard. Well, like carrying me, but yeah.
No.
Hey Ray, you're better.
Then who?
Better.
Then who in this lobby? Then who?
No way. You're better than like 50% of the jet, or 80% of the jet. No cap.
Bye. I'm pissed.
Oh, I'm gonna get them killed here.
Take this. Watch out.
No one.
You disappoint me.
You know what? Quite a miracle that I escaped from 2 people. Bless you.
Satchel out. Go away.
Oh, you ran!
No, no, no,
Oh shit, Reyna!
One enemy remaining.
no way, no way, no,
You did not see my wisdom.
no
I'm gonna
way.
tell him I
no
saw
way.
everything.
It's caught in 4K even.
Go, go, go.
I saw everything.
Nice. Good thing. though.
Hi Vic! Are you Vic? Oh.
Why do they keep playing it this time, bro? I know it's like holidays, but still.
Yeah, but yeah, that's exactly why. I hear the.
This girl with a judge sucks. Oh, she has a red belt after her. Play the Damian, the Damian Harija.
Satchel out.
Oh, I hear it's ba ba ba ba ba ba ba ba
Spike
ba.
down A.
Reload. Back off. Watch out. Take this.
One enemy remaining.
How about me? I'm all good.
How did I kill that?
I don't know. I mean, I lost my game.
Let's go, Zil.
Let's
We
just
got
say it's a
this.
very close
Got
game,
this.
and I'm
We
dying
win
very
this.
a lot.
Win these.
But we have been.
Yeah, miss hers mean
I think we
nothing.
have been winning.
For
It's just that this one is
real.
very difficult.
Just
No, just
Because
now
one's
it's
almost
like
got a third evil.
just now we lost. I think, but we won more. How am I going to ace? You tell me.
Coming.
Where's the ace coming from? Where's the ace coming from? You tell me.
No, they wouldn't expect it.
Get out of my way. My ult's not ready.
Ooh. What the?
This game's bad.
One enemy remaining.
I'm here to collect a gun and do this.
Cutting through.
Satchel out. There you
Let's
are.
go.
Shit.
Is this kid okay?
Death.
My advice: don't get shot.
Sounds like
I'm
they're
outta
going
here.
through it.
This kid's like, fuck this game.
Ace hardly, but we can try. I can try my best.
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
How did they not know I play on this bathroom every time, bro? I've been here like the past like 6 rounds.
They might know, they just can't do anything about it.
Where's my gun? Wait, what? Where's my... Oh, she didn't buy!
Ah, you get to buy.
Wow, wow,
I
Spina.
thought you
wow.
were saving.
Fuck, I forgot it was like half time, like overtime. This guy, I don't need a vandal, bro.
Are they playing VCT, is it? 还要进来啊
Spike down B.
No.
One enemy remaining.
40 jet. 40 jet at the base, at the side. I think it was here, the spike. Nice one!
Defenders win.
Yay!
Victory.
I get to let
This
Kuma
was
save
10 to
money. by not
10
acing.
10 to 2, then 13 to 12. The
Yeah, we did a
comeback.
comeback. Thank you,
We're so
Kami.
good.
Thank you, Kami. Spina carried. Spina carried.
Did that carry?
Carried for real. What's that sound?
The laugh.
Okay. You guys can play. I will eat.
Okay, you go eat
And go and eat.
Your-
Who is
your dinner.
live right now?
Enjoy your
And
food.
Dinar, okay.
Oh, I'm live. Oh,
Yeah,
not my
yeah.
POV. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Oh, shit.
Uh,
Uh-oh.
don't worry,
Uh-oh.
guys. This is just spinner. You can see the
Yeah.
see the carry in action.
Oh. Uh,
Yeah.
oh. I want to change the color.
Wow.
Color purple. Black.
So many.
Have you seen my vandals?
Oh no. Oh my god.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Whoa, so much skins, guys. Oh my god.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, it doesn't stop.
It spins the opposite of me.
What's that?
Wait, I got Reba? Wow, I didn't even know.
You don't know? Huh?
Yeah, I didn't know. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, okay, let's go, Zell. Let's fuck dudes.
Wow.
How
Whoa.
about that?
We've always fucked dudes. Wait.
Huh?
Wait.
We've what
Wait.
now?
If
Wasn't
anyone-
I aware of this?
If anyone heard that, please clip it. Thanks.
What?
Uh-huh.
Whoa, don't
Thanks
put
for the
that.
clip in advance.
My gosh.
I just realized Kudo was gone.
Yeah,
He just left.
he left. I don't know.
Oh, I think his
Oh
computer
god,
died.
the pixel is very bad. I'm sorry, guys.
The pixel is weird.
You get to watch the Pixel stream, guys.
Yeah, you're gonna watch the pixel stream. I will be back. I'll be right back. No worry, guys.
Want to check out the Sydney server still? Let's check out the Sydney server.
Wait,
Sydney
is
server.
Daichi joining back or no?
I don't know, are you eating, Daichu?
Done eating.
You done eating?
Huh?
Are you coming?
I.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
I'm back.
Hi,
Oh my God, you get to
Oli.
play
Thank you
on
for
our
the
servers now.
congrats. Thank
Sure,
you very much.
I'm down. Oh my god.
Our servers are scary.
Oh my god, don't scare me, please.
You'll
I'm just
love
prepping
it.
you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to scare. Just prep.
Yeah.
It's you're not
It's
scaring
scary
me.
as in like,
Scary fun.
yeah, scary fun.
Uh,
Oh, not the clip. Oh shit, you actually clipped it. What is this? Let me watch it. Oh shit. We've always fucked dudes. Ew, Breeze! Okay, I gotta show off the stream now, bro. I gotta play Jet now.
thought you were sick of Jet.
Oh. Yeah, I
Oh.
was.
Oh no, I took.
Oh, so you're not anymore?
Always sick of Jet. But it's the only
Wait.
character that I'm good at playing.
That's just a lie.
Oh. Okay, that last game was just lucky.
That's also just a lie. Also, you were playing Ray's last game.
I didn't even know how to satchel jump. Yet.
Spinner training arc, let's go.
Training arc. Ray's training arc.
Mhm.
This guy's name
Ray's
is Beast Boy.
understanding.
Yeah. And Raven, okay.
Ah,
Okay.
wait, that,
Well,
that's
I just
mixed
realized.
man, women.
Beast Boy and Raven. They're a duo. Oh,
Imagine.
how cute. I think he's not playing Jet. Oh wait, I'm playing Jet. That's fine.
watch this.
Watch this.
Watching?
Oh my god, they even got matching banners, bro. What is this? What is this?
Steve from Sales.
Oh,
The stream has to watch a pixelated Ray Jet. Wait, let me change my reactive.
gonna be so long.
Oh shit, where is it? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, spaghetti on.
Uh-oh, spaghettios.
It's okay, you have time. We're loading in still.
I have time.
Mhm.
Glasses? Or no glasses?
Yes.
Glasses.
I don't know.
Yes. Zell said yes. So I pick yes.
Yes.
There she is.
That would mean we both have glasses.
Hey yo. Glasses gang.
Ha ha ha.
Her.
Slightly poor vision game.
I'm just
Oh,
blind.
I see the active.
Yeah.
Ah, why is it loading so long?
Yeah, why does it take so long, bro? Who has a toaster?
Me.
Oh. Anyways.
Anyways,
Anyways.
it's a nice
Oh,
reactive spin.
Oh shit. Yeah, look at my reactor, so cute, bro.
Where
Oh, it is.
my
Oh my god, I forgot I'm watching Spin and I just hear like
Oh,
I just hear
I
like two
instantly run
languages
to the
Oh
talking.
yeah. Did I mute my stream?
Yeah, I'll just look.
Okay, now I get entertainment. Yes, Ray, I got you. But you guys have to put up with my left-handed uh Valorant gameplay.
Oh,
Everyone's probably
right,
looking.
I dominate.
Yeah, I'm right. I dominate. I was left-handed. What do you? Oh wait, Ray's left-handed game as well. I forgot.
They're pushing.
I got shot in the smoke.
Um.
Um,
You got this one, alright?
uh-oh.
I'm so low, bro.
Victory.
Got this.
I've never seen Spinfx underscore lose these.
What the fuck?
Nice train.
This bitch scared me.
Empty.
She's sneaky.
That Neon got fucked though.
For real.
Yeah. Okay, they lose now. Yeah, I got the marshal. The martial god. I'm Kami Jr., bro. Oh, bye-bye. Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Movement!
Apex.
Apex.
Apex.
Oh, they got him B. Oh shit! Oh no! Ray, send it Ray! Oh shit, send it raided!
Ray got raided?
Yeah, Ray.
Oh shit, hi
Raiders.
Raiders!
I raided, welcome!
Damn.
Send it raid, welcome! Ray is kind of thing right now. Oh, Sage clutches, bro. Just hold it. Oh shit, oh shit. Nice try. Yeah, Ray dinner. Now you guys get to watch.
Thank you, Sarah, for the raid. I am still
came
eating
back to-
dinner right now, but
Fun.
going. Yeah, thank you. Kami, can you help me shout out to Sarah and thank you for the raid once again. I don't know what you play, but I will message in the chat.
Oh my god. Wait, are they?
B.
The B again.
The B.
I didn't hit? What?
We're not careful, look at the enemy.
Holy shit! I got fucked. Thank you.
Open, open! Stop, please! Open!
Ah!
Stop it!
Oh, 1 minute.
Ah.
Oh shit! Oh, he's so low.
No!
Oh shit! Nice
He's better than me.
try, He's better. What the fuck? Man, I'm getting fucked in my own server, bro. You're right about Aussies being scary.
Whoa, look at this.
Scary
know.
fun.
Very fun.
Yeah, scary fun. That's scary.
One enemy remaining.
B, man.
Oh my god.
There's also 2A. Flat. They might be here, guys.
Well, missed like all my shots.
It's okay, nobody saw.
Holy shit! How's that one not hit? Here you go, Judge. Surely Justin, right? Oh. Nice try.
Was Steve from Sales.
The alerts are behind the screen. No, Ray. No. It's okay, Ray. Wait, look at me.
Oh, that's definitely B.
yan. Kita niya.
Oh shit, I missed it. Bro, they're flirting right in
staring
front
at
of
each
us,
other.
bro. Yeah. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. I'm glad you didn't see that. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing. Finally, upgraded my. I didn't even know I had a Reva. It wasn't even upgraded once. That's a lot of mid.
Holy shit.
Urban's typed 120.
I died. I'll pick.
Left side.
On side?
Oh, no. Left side.
Oh.
But he could have teleported out. Nice.
Oh my god! Don't kill me!
You got this.
Fight HP! Thank you! I hate this.
Glad you know that you are embarrassing in my stream. Of course,
Don't like
Ray.
I'm sorry.
I'll be
traumatized.
embarrassed for your stream. That sounds like I'm a masochist, bro.
Yeah, you are.
What the?
It's not the
Are
first
you
time
being-
that word's come up today.
Oh, what the hell? I'm not a masochist.
Oh, wait, you're not? Oh.
Oh, Gogor. Why are you bullying me?
Oh, Debbie.
That's bullying?
That me. Oh shit, that's a lot mid. Then neon.
He tried
Thank you.
stabbing you.
Thank you so
I got you. Go back safe. What?
Ah.
Let's go.
It's so cute.
Did I
I'm
bully
still
you?
No,
raging.
Skilly. It's a case, Skilly. Why the string color? Look at the screen share color. Oh.
Is it changing to like the
Oh, okay,
black
never mind.
and
It's back to
blue or
normal
whatever?
now. Yeah. I was doing that weird color. I got so much money. No. What is splitting, bro?
Oh, A.
Huh? Oh shit!
That's true.
Anyways.
Anyways.
After I bought balls and everything, SMH, no Skelly and T, bro. Nice try. Okay, Skelly. Next time. Now I can buy.
Yes, okay, I have my ulti.
Oh shit, you have
Thank
ultimate.
you. Yippee!
Extra money.
Yo, couple request, bro. Okay.
Huh?
This couple don't want to request a gun.
One mid. Oh,
I know,
two.
right? Oh, 160, 65, I mean, not 160.
What?
One more top.
I'm sad.
Oh, no.
One's over that way as well. At B main. Wait, A main.
Oh shit. This gecko's low in mid.
You got this.
Oh yeah, he's gonna pick now. Surely. Oh.
I
Ready?
about the OM.
You got this. What's that plan? Oh,
Nice
they
try.
they're in Macca's. Nice try. It's okay. Nice try.
Nice try.
Nice guy.
Night wine, welcome.
Welcome to Ray Stream.
Ray's eating dinner right now, so
Yeah.
I'm screen sharing my screen. Good morning, Nicole. Hi, Tenin. Ray's eating dinner right now. Oh shit, that's a lot of
That's a
dudes.
couple.
That's a couple of dudes.
This one said
Where, bitch?
I'm back. Hi, Nico. Hi, Tenant. And also, yes, I'm back. Yes, I'm back. Hold on.
Huh?
I
Good
really
morning.
expected to
Good
get shot there.
morning, Nico. Yeah, good morning. Good morning or is it afternoon? Good morning or afternoon slash afternoon, Nico and
You're that
Tenant. I will
spawn.
shout out to
Oi,
Tenant.
there!
Tenant. Shout out to Tenant.
I forgot to pick up a gun. Oh shit. I
Oh.
was too busy trying to look
wait
for
a minute.
them.
Okay.
I
Well,
just got noise and make them think we're rotating.
Too busy using my
You're
knife.
rich.
now
I am rich.
I lose big ass feet. Like
Why are you trying to pick up the gun?
P504.
Because in game I'm
oh my god,
I'm-
someone
I'm
please clip.
stingy, but IRL I just spend my money.
Okay, that was something.
Should be the other way
Only
around.
frugal in
But
game.
hi,
Yeah,
Tenant.
I
Hi,
wish I
Nico.
could be
How
like
are
that IRL,
you?
bro.
No, thank you for the shout out. The clip,
Oh
yeah, the clip
shit!
is amazing, Tenant. No worries.
How can you see me? Um.
Remind me,
Go
I will take one
Sage.
shot of alcohol.
Go Sage. Got this.
Ooh.
Oh, you're making so much noise. Oh! Oh!
Okay.
Okay! Man? Oh,
Yeah,
no,
that's-
staircase.
Oh,
Oh! Nice try.
Yakult and
Not the
Soju.
staircase play.
That Omen's name a combination of Kermit and Kimchi.
Yeah. Crunchy. Kermchi. Kermit. Kimchi. Kermchi.
Okay, that's enough.
Wow, that was quick. It's so quick.
Hmm?
Damn. Welcome back.
hi.
That got my green.
Ow, I'm gonna come on me.
That was food.
Thank you. I just ate as quickly as possible.
Ah!
78 on Reyna.
No, I missed my shot. Oh, oh.
Oh, I should stop the pin already. I'm no longer eating already.
Oh shit. What are these guys? No way. You're grabbing the OP, bro. Don't do
Peace
it, bro.
boy.
Beast boy. You got so much to live for, bro. Look, there's a vandal right there. Oh no.
Hey Venix, how are you? You sure and congrats on the 200. Thank you, Venix.
Right on the
How are you,
staircase.
Venix?
Oh, nice shirt. Did you hear?
Doing good,
That's not
doing
good,
okay.
is
Hope
it?
you're doing good too. Yeah, I'm doing good. I just
Wait,
ate
did she not
dinner.
hear the omen jump up?
Nice map sensor by the way.
I think it's
Well, if only
what
thing
you call audio.
there's a credit down in the about section. I did a credit for the artist, so yes, salami is there.
Smith, stop
Not on my stream, not on my stream, not on my stream.
Stop it. Stop it.
Anyway.
Makalat na aso.
Oi.
Oh.
What is this smoke, bro? Do you see this?
What smoke?
Oh shit, bro! They're both here. Nice.
What's happening to
platinum
the...
buff.
Oh, okay.
What to do? Oh.
Oh.
Oh my god, we can FF so Ray can join us.
You don't need to.
Oh. Oh no, the platinum buff!
66 is okay.
Do y'all really need to FF? No, right? Y'all can win this, right?
Oh, easy. We can win this easy. Yeah, just give me a
Alright.
second. Let me just try hard.
Oh. What?
Nothing.
Okay.
Whoa.
Ow.
There's one mid.
Double doll.
So,
This is how pros play.
One, A.
nice.
Behind.
Ace.
Ace? Ace on my stream? Oh. Alright, rip. Rip.
Oh.
Wow. That's messed up, bro.
That's so messed up.
That's actually messed up.
Ew.
Hello Lee, thank you for the congrats. How are you? By the way, it's not I playing right now. This is my friend playing Point of View because I went to eat dinner. How are you, Lee?
Oh shit, what the fuck? Where did my spray go?
Yeah, everyone saw that, right?
No one saw that, right?
So what?
Oh no, Ray! That'd be dangerous!
Just chilling at the moment.
What's it, Ray?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Oh,
Just training at the moment.
okay.
That's good.
you
That's
like
good.
that?
Yeah.
You ate already? I don't know how you can say the wrong names at the same time.
I know. I keep saying it wrong.
Also, sorry for the pixelated thing. This is from Discord, so it might be very weird.
Sorry now.
Oh my god.
What's the screenshot that color, bro? What the hell?
I have no
I don't know. I
idea.
just changed.
Just
It's
go
happening again.
derper.
It's keep going from colored to not colored mode.
Yeah, wait, let me tab in. Tab out, tab out, tab in. What the
Don't know
fuck?
eh.
It's just Discord doing things.
Yeah, I went out for dinner with my family at Pinsan. That's nice. That's
Okay.
nice.
What the fuck? I missed that.
That's nice. That's nice. That's good dim sums. That's nice that you get a good dinner.
Oh, yeah,
I
that's a
had,
try hard.
like, rice and pork for dinner. It was nice. It was nice. Man, I feel like wanting to have some dim sums also.
Okay.
What? Yeah.
What the
like,
heck?
tap in. Yes. What's going on the screen right now? I don't know. I have no idea what's happening. It transitioned from.
Okay, yeah, wait, okay.
Now you're oh. Why? Why?
They called for it. We didn't.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, then we can play Ray!
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Man, you saw that? You saw how much I was fucking them up then?
I mean, it's caught in 4K, so
Oh, true.
it's just as in pixelated modes.
Yeah, I don't know why it's like that.
I have no idea either.
Here we go, Ray's host now.
Okay, server.
Any server is fine. Not Cindy though.
Okay.
I'm
Preferably
traumatized.
Singapore then.
I alternate between Singapore and Hong Kong.
Yeah.
They can. Cause if I play in Singapore server, I think I might roll my eye away.
Wait, Zell, why are you lagging more than usual?
I don't know. My internet's been interesting the past week.
Oh shit.
Shopuno.
Shapuno! Cheers!
Cheers. There goes my
Do we
figurine. My figurine just went yeet down the table. Okay.
Oh.
Do we even still play Leaf Company?
I mean, why not?
I mean...
Anyone got little company want to play?
Mm-hmm.
I still have to do karaoke.
Match found.
Oh, is that what you planned for your celebration?
That's what all for celebration is, but never mind. It's okay. Don't need to have that. We can just
I mean,
sing
you can
while
do
playing.
it if you want. Oh, true. You can do like a group game.
Yeah. We
Okay.
get really little company. I already had little company. It's just that whether people want to play, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Self-punch.
Oh, we both got the Pokemon, bro.
Can. Yeah, it's able to do that.
Oh, if only one person can get the Pokemon.
No.
That's alright.
It's like randomized at sometimes.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like the raffle when you do the raffle. On
Watch
the...
anyway.
Time to set
He's
up.
coming through.
Time to set up little company collab. With you?
Hey yo, Fizz is
This
joining
is
us.
joining? You want to join?
Hey yo.
Huh? Not me. Then
Oh.
who? I mean, I'm really having a collab. It's just that Kuro. I don't know where the Kuro go though. Like
Yeah,
when I don't,
Kuro-
you can't really tell when he left halfway or when.
It's like 6:30 a.m. for him right now.
Yeah. As in you guys, not me. Ah. Are you sure you're not
Oh.
streamer? You did stream before.
I mean, we're already collabing right
Yeah,
now.
we're literally collabing right now. It's just that we are waiting for I think initially we wanted me, Spina, and Kuro to play,
Yeah, and then Deichu
and then
coming,
Deichu coming
join.
in, and then that was the plan, and then the plan is not working. The plan went
I can,
haywire.
I can wake him up,
Now
probably.
I feel bad
Don't
though.
know.
I feel bad too.
Yeah, I feel bad.
Because he's gonna go out later.
Yeah, he
I mean, he's
goes
still got
out.
he's still got 6 hours still.
He
Dude.
okay. He doesn't just play Little Company and halfway changing clothes. You know. You know. You get what I mean. Like he needs to prepare, right?
True.
Not that. Oh, okay. I'm done. Then like, oh, it's 12 o'clock already. Okay, bye.
Maybe he can play with us until like 10
Yeah,
a.m. his
can.
time, and then he can get ready after finishing. You know,
Yeah, I think that's about it. I think.
yeah. I think he slept for 6 hours now. Yeah, he slept for 6 hours already.
Okay, yeah, that's okay.
We'll see after this game.
Hmm.
I can wake him up after this game.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine.
Wait. Maybe. Why is it always taking so long to load now?
I don't know. It's Singapore server though.
Yeah, I don't know.
You shall
Should be
not
fine.
question what the opponent's team's name are.
Octopussies.
Rainbow,
Roar,
there are better
Tatuli.
ways to survive than your path.
Ratatouille?
I didn't even pronounce that right.
How will I live with
Oh my
myself?
god, Reina's name. Oh no.
It's like Ratatouille spin, but Ratatouille.
At this point, we just need someone to clip anything you say. Yeah.
Oh wow, don't do that, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. You
At this
just
point, Fizz, you're
defeated-
the job for that already. Because
Oh,
it's either you or myself. Because I will clip things after stream.
oh.
Yeah. If I find the thing funny, then I'll clip.
What's the tongue tuk tuk?
I don't know whether is it sotong or is it sotong.
That's a lot better.
But sotong is sotong
Yeah.
though. So I'm only here to clip the sus things. That's what I need. What's it this map again? Why did I play Gecko then?
Reloading. Done.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Model DZ.
Back to me.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. She probably is actually AFK.
Yeah, because there's no ping.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, she's back!
she's back.
Get her! Oh, she's gone.
Wow.
Oh, it's totally
I don't care how bright you are.
I'm so sorry, girlie.
never
Ah, she has the
be
bomb
awake.
as well. What the hell? Did the team just left it?
That was
Yeah,
good,
probably.
but we are not done.
I like how everyone like come into my stream. They say, "Oh, that's a very not very sus map cover."
Yeah, it's a really nice map cover.
Then I'm just like, yeah, it's not. It's not.
wow.
I'm so sad your one didn't get approved. What the fuck, Twitch?
Yeah.
I'm so sad your one didn't get approved by Twitch.
It's okay. It's okay. We can use it in Discord.
We could have had the rainbow.
And
Could have had the ranger, but the ring is missing.
Oh, our rainbow.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy's down. Blow him up, Mud.
Oh, Zelda Flames!
Ow.
Wow.
My bullets aren't hitting?
Sky kill.
Shadows traveling.
I'm scared. I don't want to be here anymore.
where are you? Oh no.
Yeah, right, lady.
From what I saw, yeah.
Go get him, buddy.
Oh no, not yet.
Enemy spotted A. One enemy remaining.
You got this.
It can't be just me left, right?
30 seconds
No,
left.
no, me left. Okay.
Your life won't go to waste.
Kill their leader and the rest will flee like rats.
Thank you for the luck, Nico. Yippee! I did not do anything at all. Like that spray did not do anything to the two of them.
It's okay. You did better than me.
Nah, pick your gun up if you die.
For you.
Thank you.
Still inside. Still inside.
It's still there.
Spike down.
Oh, another one
A.
here.
What I eat, bro? She's 104. Oh.
Ah.
Player
no.
standing.
I didn't know that more than one.
Oh, they're lucky I didn't have a phantom, bro.
Spike planted.
Oh no.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
It's facing that way.
Stealing sight.
Oh. Oh, what the hell?
Damn. Oh no.
Hey, little man, pump us up. Let's
Oh,
hear
my
it.
skin. What the hell?
I forgot to change skin.
I'm out of here.
Me
Go,
too.
go, go.
What's sotong tutuk?
Sotong tutok.
Is it sotong tutuk? Sotong tutuk I know. Sotong tutuk I don't know.
Show us how it's done, Reina.
Need a drop.
There.
Nice.
What?
I know.
Skin.
Yes, kid. Skin box.
Up and away.
Oh shit! It is.
Somebody's there.
Actually, skin buff.
Mosh pit. See ya.
Oh, 120 brief.
One enemy remaining.
5 dead.
Yeah, I shouldn't have sprayed
We
that
do
one
what
for
we do.
him.
Get back to chilling.
Yeah. Oh,
Gotta go.
But at least I got a headshot for the sky. That's all good.
yeah.
What do you need? What do you need?
Your life savings.
Oh.
Which one? This one or this one?
Oh,
I forgot the name of the skin.
oh.
Um,
That didn't help when in the song was dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun
I've
dun
got your
dun dun dun dun. That's like,
You know, if you don't know the name of the gun, just sing it.
Dizzy's up top.
Spectrum.
Somebody's there.
That one, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Spectrum. Ding ding ding ding.
What the
Spike planted.
fuck you, bro? I'm gonna shoot you through the wall, bro.
Blow him up, Mosh.
okay.
baiting you.
One enemy remaining.
See, we got it, see, I see.
I know.
My buddy's defusing.
Oh,
Oh. Wait.
Wingman really looks it.
Wingman for the win.
Bro, I got killed by this fucking killjoy twice, bro. By the octopussy, man.
That's weird.
oh.
It's
Mingman,
got the
Mingman, the
basic,
force of
so-
nature breaking walls. Yeah.
Finn,
Hi,
you think, oh, that's
Ryder. Hello, how are you,
Octopussy,
Ryder?
bro.
How was your sleep? Do you sleep long? I feel like remembered that
How about
last
you
time I saw you was like 4 a.m. you're sleeping. You slept
Actually, no.
at 4 a.m. You slept well?
Yes.
Let's keep on vibing.
I believe it's A.
Okay. Oh my god, meow. What's happening?
I'm not sure anymore.
Maybe B.
Yeah.
Maybe B.
Maybe like outside Luca. Yeah. Oh. Huh? That's what?
They're setting up for B. They're B.
Oh shit.
I'm doing.
Yabai, yabai, yabai, yabai.
Spike planted.
Rash is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Which one?
Nice.
Get out of here.
That's it.
Oh,
I like how
thank
they've
you.
added the smoke fading effect.
Reloading.
Hello? I already have my out already. Why y'all guys staring at me?
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
This is our home.
I was about to go and eat. It's 9 a.m. No eat lah. Why do you not eat last night?
I
You should
look
just go and
angry.
sleep.
Double
Go and
down.
sleep.
Let's
You
talk.
look angry.
You should have more sleep.
Why you
Ryder.
mad at me?
Just rest
know.
well. Thank you for coming by.
Grr.
Just go and sleep.
Why is everyone the FF?
I want
Why
to
are you
FF.
crying?
Yeah.
Can't bully you.
Wow!
I can.
Helmet. Yes, helmet. No helmet too. Honestly, real.
Real.
That what? You cry because you cannot bully spinner or?
Wow.
Yeah, I can't.
I'll wait until they come in
Yeah.
for out.
One enemy remaining.
Holy shit!
Down B. Flawless.
Not being able to bully that one friend is so taxing. Yes.
What the?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes. He just said that not being able to bully that friend that you want to bully is very tiring.
Oh.
Just
That's messed up, bro.
That's not messed up. That is true.
What the?
That is true.
It's a little messed up.
Oh,
It's not that messed up. I mean, no, it doesn't sound that messed up.
Oh, wow.
Up and away.
Oh, that's you.
Don't bully that. Bro, I have no
There's
one
my
to
buddy.
bully. That's the.
I mean,
No, because he likes
should
being
bully
bullied.
people.
That's
you
why.
Just don't.
He's that friend that wants to be bullied every time.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
I guess I don't need my out.
Spike planted.
I guess I don't need to out.
Okay, carry us, did you?
Yeah, carry on. My poor yours again.
Defuse the spike.
Guys?
Good, you tell me, you tell me.
Flawless.
Till I blind them to strike.
Gotta go.
What do you call this?
Yeah, I have full credits now. Thanks,
Spectrum.
guys.
Spectrum buff.
Yeah. Full credit.
If you like to get bullied, it's fine. We won't judge. We are not judging. We're just accepting the fact that Spina likes to get
What
bullied.
the? What the? I'm taking a shot to that.
You're taking a
Oh
shot?
my god, shot, no,
Wait,
shot,
after this
no.
round. After this round.
Later shot, later.
They never go through the bathroom, bro.
I got you, I got you. It's all you, little homie. They shot Thrash.
What the? That was not his shot. Oh, shot put. No, thank you. Damn, the 5-minute cooldown. I think I can do that later. But because I do not want to
One enemy remaining.
That was their best.
bring
Bah.
me so much.
Not impressed.
Reloading.
I drank one shot.
Oh, cheers. Oh, we match.
Run. Thank you for the shots.
Oh, and you got one.
Yes.
You got your one.
I got my one.
Dizzy has
I
target.
did fall into another.
You should run.
I've got your trail.
Mosh pit.
Oh shit! I shot the clone, man.
Spike planted.
Please. Up and away.
One enemy remaining.
You know it, yeah.
Wingman's on defuse.
Last player standing.
Never mind. Wingman is dead.
That's so broken, man. Like, what are they meant to do?
Pero like, why can't we just hug it
One's
out?
been tube.
Pinche radiant.
Yeah, that's like, that's like literally the worst place to plant Alice. Like,
They forgot I'm a gecko.
yeah, and they should be hiding their mollies.
The molly was so easy to find
It's
out.
like literally just on the ball. Yeah,
Wingman being there makes Wingman good. Yes.
phantom. Okay, I'm trying to read because like my game's in Japanese. I'm like, what gun is that? What gun
Who asked you to put that in Japanese, man?
Phantom, okay, I'll
So
just say
yeah,
it.
I'm a weeb.
Damn, such a weeb.
Yeah, my bad. Okay.
Spike down A.
Spike is A.
B.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Okay. These guys just don't get to play the game, man. Like,
Last round in the half.
No point saving. Gotta go.
No point saving.
yeah, literally, I'm just buying everything, man.
Damn,
go, go.
Yao.
Me too.
Oh my god, you really.
Gun here. Go, go, go.
Let's see how it goes.
yeah, they should.
I'll just try.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
No.
I'm out of here.
Line up, no. Are they in yet?
Spike planted.
Get in.
top. Wingman's defusing. Saw you, Bosh. Shot my wingman.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, okay.
God's it.
Oh, I feel so. Oh, okay, that's fucked up. That's actually fucked up.
If you get, you know that it's fucked up.
Saw you, little
Switching sides.
Damn it.
Their lives are so
But I was like, fuck yeah, I just went for his molly.
will give them time.
Yeah, everyone saw that. Why you gave me paper my gun?
You have a sheriff, you have a sheriff. Oopsie!
Oopsie!
I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
Wee!
Dizzy has targets. Mosh pit.
Oh,
wasn't
one
letting me
shot.
slide.
Plant the spike. Back to me. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. I got you. I got you.
La la la.
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Whoa!
Okay!
Wow.
They're kinda clean.
Kinda just stole his, like,
Match
ace,
point.
bro.
Their head is in the guillotine. Now pull.
Then Spina, why do you steal
Go,
the
go,
ace?
go.
Oh shit, my bad, Omen.
It's all means intentional.
Oh, I forgot the spike.
Ah, my lunchbox.
I'm supposed to have an FF.
Aguas, keep your guard up.
Huh?
I'm supposed to have an FF.
Stay vibing.
They're probably just playing for fun.
I
Whoa.
don't know if they're even on B.
Oh
They are.
shit, there's
They
two
definitely are.
on point.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Spike down B.
Thanks, guys.
I got the spike. Folded.
nice.
Wingman's
How about
planting.
family? Yeah.
Oh wait!
Oh!
Let's try.
No. Hi, Xiao.
I want their life, not yours.
How is games? I just got back from dinner and this is my game after dinner and we having 12
I'm
to.
stuck.
I think I'm winning.
So high.
You're stuck.
Omen on demon time.
Hi.
Yeah. Not that I can do.
The time.
You think Soul Knife or Neo Frontier Knife? Soul Knife.
I'm
Which
out
soul
of here.
knife? The one I have?
I don't know. Please say Soul Knife or Neon Frontier Knife. I say Soul Knife because I prefer that over anything else.
Reloading.
Still inside. Still inside.
Go, go, go. Cover going out. Shortcut.
Hello? Oh wait, I don't have the spike.
What the fuck? That is Winston not
Last
dying.
player standing.
Oh my god. The ping is going up and down. Huh? It's like, who is the blue cape guy?
This world hurt me.
Yeah, so
Oh yeah, he has got the cat dance omen sticker.
Mm-hmm.
Get there.
I don't have I only have ISO one.
Yeah, actually, I heard that one.
Water, water, water.
Go, go, go! We go!
You know.
Yes, Enom.
Oh shit. Oh.
Last player standing.
Oh, okay. That
kidding
just
me?
became cracked. What the fuck?
They're like, oh, we shall not throw anymore.
Yeah. They two got this.
How does one
Yeah,
get
1v5.
the sticker? Like, you mean like the dancing sticker? You don't need to
It is not
spend money, as in actual money. You just need to you just need to play a lot, then you earn the credits.
City needs me.
Then
For long.
you'll be able to
Send this quickly.
yeah,
There.
the grind, yes, the grind. Alternative, you can just like another one is swipe card lah, in a sense.
Sometimes comes on the accessories shop.
Yeah.
I never checked my accessory shop today.
That's how I got the urban sticker.
Gotta go!
Claw through them.
I'm out of here.
All this for sticker? Technically, yeah.
Take this! Go, go, go!
But you can do others, you know.
Dizzy's up top.
Fucking bitch, is he hiding here again?
This way! Gotta go!
Yeah, bye.
Enemy B.
No, wait. 120
What?
sky elbow.
Going out.
I will play just wait. It's free.
Last player standing. Spike
I love
down
that.
B.
Yeah, do that.
Surely they come here, right?
I think.
They were so ready for it.
I gotta grade my student papers. Good luck, Xiao.
30 seconds left. They will cover. Out of charges.
Damn, all dead bodies here. Oh,
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
oh.
Wow.
I'm so much better, bro.
Attackers
That's
win.
hard. Nice one.
Oh my god.
This is who I was made.
I can hear the
Sick.
I can hear the key typing, you know.
Yeah, that's typing.
Too easy. Too easy. I'm so much better.
Did the exact same thing as that race player.
Yeah,
While
fuck that.
ago.
Oh my god.
Hello, peace? What is this? What's this? Aren't you supposed to
Hey, yo.
study?
Hey, yo,
Eh?
Fist? You're on the game?
Hello? Hello? I don't want to study anymore. Well, I feel like I'm hearing like from the same person also. Can we get a shower for peace? No problem.
Let's go, Fist, the streamer.
The streamer! There's no clip. There is no clip. Peace, why is there no clip?
Delete.
SMH, bro.
SMH,
Why
go
not
and stream
put it?
now.
Yeah, just stream now.
You don't stream. Hello? If you didn't stream, there won't be a category say Valorant there.
Oh.
It will say no
Exposed.
game. Are you waking up cool? Or
Oh yeah, I could. Let me call him.
Yeah.
Wakey, wakey, wakey,
Brr, brr, brr.
Wait,
Ding.
We're back. Let me call him.
Yeah.
okay.
Uh.
Ah.
Now what? Now what?
Wait for Steve, I guess.
Okay. I just contemplating whether to play a game or not. That's why I'm online. You contemplate quite a while, ah? On Velo, Joy, Diorang? Play more Velo? What does Diorang or... Yeah, you know, Cell? Not Cell. Sorry. Please. But alcohol coming in already. One missing spot here. But that's if Kuro is awake or not. Because if Kuro is not Kuro is not awake, then I also don't know what we're gonna do. GG drunk? GG, I'm not drunk. If I'm drunk, I will not stream. That's the least effort I do. And then someone just kicked me out of Kuro's VC because I will be dead as sleeping.
Oh my god.
He said we can play one game still, like Valorant. He's gonna wake up still.
Okay, peace, come, join.
Hey yo! Wait, this guy meant to be studying, no!
You said one game.
Hey yo, okay, come.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
Let's go.
No, level 278, bro. He's gonna carry us for real, for real.
Yeah, for real, for real. Okay.
Yeah.
Like that we do just Singapore, so it's better for him. Collab debut! Okay. That's right the name there. Playing in Hong Kong is quite fun. You want me at Hong Kong also? I can also add. Yeah. Hong Kong has all those Chinese names that I will be interested to see what their names are. Support homies.
Match found.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, no more duelists for me. I'm a B. I'm a B.
You may be.
I'm a B. What map is this?
Split.
That's split.
Split.
No.
What happened?
Oh.
What the?
Select your agent.
Oh, surely we need another duelist, right?
Yes, surely.
Surely Fist carries out some
Surely,
duelists, right? Oh,
yeah.
yeah!
CL, don't question. Don't question. Don't question. It's all good.
Did you?
Yeah. Hey. Well, I can't help you now because everyone in this stream is seeing that name, so.
Well, anyway.
Anyways. GG's.
Anyways. GG.
GG.
Should finish my.
Oh my gosh. Don't worry, it's just my out account.
Uh-huh.
Everyone so cute. Yeah, they are very cute.
No,
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, they are very cute.
Oh, cute. Yippee!
I'm gonna take a knife.
Short.
Huh?
Again.
No. Yes.
Output.
Huh?
Short Puno?
I'm
Oh,
shot
no, no.
Okay.
No, shot po, no.
Okay.
Actually, it smells nice.
Mm.
Oh, okay. Please redeem a shop Puno. Another one you go.
Oh, someone redeemed.
Actually, it's a 5 minute cooldown. I should edit that. Maybe I should set it to 1 minute cooldown.
What the hell is that username?
Actor in Asia that has.
Jesus Christ, scary.
That's a wild name. That's a wild name.
Why don't finish the
It's eye bug. Oh my god.
The favorite.
Okay.
Oh. You want me to use this? Okay.
No, no, I don't have skill.
Oh.
I don't trust my gun.
I think it should be different now. It should be 1 minute cooldown for shop Puno already.
Yeah.
Bawal.
Water? Inom?
Yeah, yeah.
Inom. Water.
Checking the situation.
Why? What about Inom? Why?
Water.
Water.
Oh, get it.
Blocking vision. Marked one.
Water
Concealment.
is too big.
Oh, no stars. Oh, they're on ramps.
Bring them down.
That's a very long.
Yeah. They're mid.
Like a minute.
Fun.
Oh, they're in here already.
Oh, that's not-
Spike planted.
Wait, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. I prefer this eye backside.
Oh, still there also. Nice
Oh
one.
shit, oh shit.
One enemy remaining.
Go fist. Go fist.
Last player standing.
You can just.
Ow.
You can just do this. You can do this.
Headshot her, right?
Yeah.
I will not die here.
Clutch.
No. Oh.
Don't worry.
See how you want to play Velo again? Do you stop playing Velo after our collab?
Go, go, go!
No, that's the question I want to know.
Oh.
Aqua.
Oh.
Money.
Good morning.
Good morning, boys.
Oh, yes, that's
Let's
Good morning.
Big uncle.
Rise and
Gago.
bring glory.
Yay, caught in 4K. Kuro's morning voice.
Anyway.
Alright.
Obscuring vision.
Okay, I thought one of you guys are streaming.
What do you mean? Where is streaming?
Blasting them.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Wait, have you guys been playing Valorant this whole time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn.
Pulling them in.
It's such a new game.
Welcome back, Zell. Welcome back to Valorant.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Ben.
I need a concealment.
It's so fucking
30
cold.
seconds left.
There you are, little
Cold. Hot temperature.
It's so cold.
It's cold.
Yeah. Let's bring it.
You want to shop Puno?
Yeah,
He's
that
gonna go out later.
That will definitely warm me up. Yeah.
It probably, well,
I
definitely
mean, it
would,
does
yeah.
warm you.
Yeah.
Sorry, it doesn't. It does warm you
Yeah.
up.
I love how you guys just offer like drink alcohol instead of like, oh, you should drink some coffee or tea.
I mean, you're talking to a person who is drinking right now, so.
I mean, if it's Mikami Oshi offering, you know, why not?
You only get one shot. That's it, only.
Only one shot. Damn.
Yes.
What torture is
Need
this?
that back. Obscuring vision.
Hey, at
It's
least you're on
negative.
your Kami Oshi, right?
Yeah.
Pulling them
It's
in.
-9 right now.
Here.
-9.
Oh, that's cold.
Yeah.
Bring them down. Concussing it. Here.
Oh. 104.
What? Kill me?
Last
104
player
kill.
standing.
Hey, this is not water. This is
find you.
alcohol. Shit. Wrong bottle to drink.
Remove.
Oh.
Sleep.
Oh.
Did I not download that? Oh. Wait.
Drink more?
No, I did.
Okay. More shot Puno by
30
Kiss.
seconds left.
If I'm drunk, we know why.
Spike planted.
No. Oh shit, wifey's still streaming.
Yeah, she's streaming for 9 hours? Is it 9 hours now? Yeah, 9 hours.
I'm not surprised. She can stream
I'll find you.
15
Yeah.
hours.
Oh, brother, he was there,
You
bro.
know what? I'm just using this Yakult bottle as the shot bottle.
What? Hey, you put me the shot into the Yakult.
Wait, you want to see? Hold on.
Yeah.
I already spilled some over my keyboard already.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Wait. Where's my camera? Oh, there. Oh shit, the salami is covering it. There we go.
How many shots did everyone had?
0.
Me and Ray has like 6 or 7.
I don't know. I maybe have more than that. Look at my
Maybe more
mat,
than
man.
that.
My mat is drenched.
Oh my god, handcam Tuskaroo.
Oh,
Spike down, B.
whoa. Chillax.
Got it. Confirm it.
Chillax.
Just to watch him mid or.
I should change PNG. I'm not gonna lie.
Last player standing. Spike down, B.
Actually, Yako and Sojo is nice, just that not a little bit of Yako and a lot of
Spike
Sojo.
planted.
Oh yeah, that's a nice combo.
Hand cam, yeah, y'all get hand cam for free then.
Holy shit, he fucked me up.
Charge and shoot. Easy enough.
Huh?
I have extra money if anyone needs.
Raw dog Soju? Huh? What's raw dog?
I'm out of here.
Drink it straight, like only soju on by itself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it meant.
Why it phrased that way?
Go.
Look, ask Fizz, man. Don't ask me.
Let's start.
Sorry about that. There we go.
Watch this.
It's a used phrase. You know, Fizz? I don't know drinking much, so. Where are they?
Duck. Multiple enemies A.
You should run.
Nightmare, take them. Marked 4.
Blocking vision. Without pulling them in.
Go.
I like all the ulti, bro.
I
Doesn't
guess
even
like
push.
Xiao and Fizz just really want to be drunk.
Without knocking them.
Oh, actually, that must be low.
Last player
What is
standing.
that low?
Yeah, they both low. C, be drunk. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
Okay, yeah.
Where?
Spill us your deepest
30
darkest
seconds left.
secrets.
I'm up. Shit.
I need help. I don't want to be alone.
These both are very scary
Spike
to
planted.
drink with.
If he's underneath here, like right on the bottom here.
I'll find you.
Oh. Line up, bro.
Line up?
What a failed lineup though. What do you mean we are very nice? What, me? Yeah, you too. Why you want me to say my darkest secrets in my life?
Stop that.
Whoa! You are magical, girl.
Makalat.
Uy, makalat. Uy, makalat.
Oi. Not me.
Who's the bad dog?
Wait, Gargoyle. You want to get like breakfast or anything first, brother? Maybe still like just practice on. It's like 2 to 3 right now.
I'll show them.
I already have one. Don't
Oh,
worry.
you got it already. Nice.
Yeah.
We can FF actually.
I'm still signing up soon.
Oh.
Blocking vision.
Yeah.
Pulling them in. Enemy down. Spike planted.
Holy shit, I'm hacking.
What?
Yeah, you hacking.
I'm out of here.
Go for it.
Bring them down.
Go for this VTuber right now.
Holy shit, I'm actually the best
Reloading.
Balagoon.
Gotta go.
Yeah.
Push a button. Save the
I
day.
like
Just
how
eat
you
though,
give
bro.
me shot puno just as I drink from this Yakult bottle.
Chapono.
Get ready. I
Someone
get
humble me,
Oh.
please.
Oh, I will humble you.
Hey, yo.
Get down on your knees.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's the opposite.
Yeah.
I just saw everything. What the heck? I just saw everything.
I am with you.
You're also
We
drinking
are
Deichu.
strong.
I don't want, no.
She doesn't
You don't
want
want.
to.
Damn.
No,
You might accidentally bully me if you start drinking.
Yeah,
There's a lot of people here.
I can get drunk easily.
Wow.
Well
Oh, really?
divided.
You're like.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
Too weak.
But I live in plain phase, bro.
What the fuck? Playing fate. Fate is
It's
fun.
okay, Deichu. That will change.
Oh,
on your,
man.
on
120
your last years
brimstone.
in campus.
Oh,
Oh,
sewers.
Ah.
Hmm.
Ah.
Oh, they're running in.
Got blocking vision.
Night night.
Get out of my way.
One enemy remaining. Spike
last one's
down
good.
A.
Nice OT idiot. Oh,
Spotted A.
Oh.
surely Sue is. Surely Sue is, right? Yeah. Right here.
So it's all garage.
30 seconds left.
Wait, Gago. Oh, chill.
Enemy spotted A. Reload.
I'm so dumb.
Lungu lungu killer, man. My own
You know
style
that
way
thing,
I
but I
take killer. This place is nice. But not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Oh, then. Yes.
I am trying not to be him. The bully Sveta.
This is why she's not drinking,
Guys,
guys.
don't bully him. I'm being bullied by this dog.
What?
Being
Stop bullying her.
Oh, my.
Obscuring vision. Need that.
The fun begins.
ah.
Obscuring vision.
One enemy
That
remaining.
creature is dead.
The lot, yeah.
Reloading. There. I need it. Pulling them in. My ult is ready.
You're welcome.
What can I say? Except.
Have any patterns emerged yet?
While bullying, they do shake my head. Yeah, you go and scold Spina. Spina is every time like that one.
What?
Yeah, Spina bullying. Bad doggo, back Spina. Shake my
Oi.
Sit down right now. Bad.
Oi.
bad doggo.
With concealment.
You should run.
Taking that back.
Just notice the arena too. People estang ina.
Concussing it.
Prepare for hellfire.
Pulling them in.
Here we go. My ult. Goodbye. Enemy.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Ah, no.
I did not do anything.
Oi.
That's over there. Gotta go.
Bad doggo.
I hit all of them.
I feel I need more than just a bottle of water.
Sorry, no.
Ah! God damn.
Got pulling them in. Taking that back. I need concealment. Blocking vision.
Oh.
Oh, 40 on this.
Nightmare, take them. Mark 4. Got attack, knocking them. Enemy A. Last player standing.
Holy shit!
Oh, Zell disconnected. Thank you for the shot pull now. I almost dying.
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
No.
Zell.
I'm back. I'm
Oh, he's
loading the key.
back.
No, not back yet.
Oh, he's not back yet.
No.
No.
No.
No.
How many rounds are left?
Like, maybe like 7
Obscuring
rounds.
vision.
7 rounds, man. Easy.
Oh, 140
Blocking
on
vision.
this. Why?
Yeah, 4 at main, yeah. 80 rim.
Careful. Spike planted.
You know what? Y'all can do it very long, right? I'm gonna refill water.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here.
Okay, give me.
Last player standing.
Oh, fucking. I got fucked.
Yeah, I'll def it for a bit.
Okay. Anti.
Anti. Oh.
Oi.
Last round before the switch. Here, spend everything. Hoarding money is useless now.
Oh, Zill's back.
I'm in the loading screen.
Ah.
Anyone feeling generous?
Yeah.
Watch
Oh. Oh shit, where is AFK?
Uh-oh.
Pulling them in. I need blasting them. Spike planted.
Uh-oh.
74 KJ. This, you were seeing it all along.
İyi geceler.
Backside?
I'll find you. Barrier.
God dang it.
Last player standing.
Oh, grinding.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. 74.
Clutch.
Nice try.
I flipping that
Switching sides.
brimstone though.
Yeah, you
Really?
flick to the
Fight till
brimstone.
the end, no matter what. I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
Frog.
Rug.
Brimstone.
I am red.
Cat.
I am literal red.
Explosion.
I am literal red.
Killjoy.
No.
Rise and bring glory.
GG, the Asian flash, yes.
Gotta go.
GG indeed.
Enemy. I'm out of here. Reloading. Obscuring. Recovering it. Go, go, go. You. Enemy B.
Oh, there's a couple there.
Huh?
Last player
90.
standing. Spike down B. Down one.
Oh?
Ah, for the smoke.
I like the small daggering star. It's pink. Oh, you mean it's Spina's
the-
body?
I'm over them.
Oh yeah, my buddy, my gun buddy.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
out
the
of
knife
here.
I'm holding. Oh, okay. Is this from that bundle?
I don't even know where I got this stuff from.
Ask the wrong person. Fist, do you have it?
They're
The star,
here
no.
to
Okay,
destroy them.
then it's not from the bundle. Okay.
Ganda.
Gotta
You
go.
didn't buy the bundle? Oh, you only bought the knife, is it?
Oh.
Go, go, go.
When will this
Yes.
end? I want to go toilet. When will this end? I want to go toilet.
Concealment. Concealment. Watch out. Bring them down.
Oh, it doesn't go up?
It's almost
One
lost
down.
it. Yeah, I'm losing my mind.
Planted. Take hold.
Hello?
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Oh shit. Oh shit, 80.
Last player
You
standing.
got a vandal! Behind you! Ah!
One enemy remaining.
One more.
Two building.
Vandal, vandal,
This is
vandal.
what I trained for.
Your brother! I am
Yeah, bear.
Now
Better.
we're here. Here.
Ugh.
May lunch ba?
My lunchbox.
Nom.
Tom.
Water.
What?
Go, go.
Yeah, with water.
I'm trying to not drink because I'm at here.
No, no, shop, no! No!
No shop po, no.
Oi! Oh, shit.
I also need to
Water,
refill
water.
also.
Inom. Water, not the puno.
But he redeemed shop
Oh,
Puno.
Fuck! What
style.
the fuck? This bitch pushed up up.
You fought well.
Shot puno then.
Drink for Ray instead.
no.
Okay, I'll drink for you instead, Ray.
Concealment.
Huh? No, it's okay.
I'll drink for you
Pull
instead.
them in. Last player standing.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
let's try. Oh my god, you know that you got both of them though.
Huh?
One enemy remaining.
Oh! You clutched it? Oh!
Let's
Yeah, I
go.
got it, you know?
Oh shit, what the make that noise?
Huh?
Hi.
Okay, shop Puno.
Over, you know.
Shot puno.
I'm
And
outta
then
here.
water.
Mm.
Yeah, drink water. After drinking alcohol, drink water.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
Drink! No, don't talk!
Mm.
Okay, good, good. Good dog.
Oi, Gagor.
Hi, Kanye. Sus emote. What you mean? Whoop.
Oh, yeah, Seal has salami now too,
Yeah,
right?
see you is a mommy. Everyone has salami on Twitch, but me.
No, it would have been the actual rainbow if you got it. Right?
It's not my fault that they don't want it. What the hell? 66. Reina.
Sorry, you smack. The fuck?
Okay, I can take this time to go toilet.
Oh, you rat.
Be right
bro.
back.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Great,
that ended a bit too quickly.
Once more into battle. I'm not
The toilet so that you go around
I
all
should
these
have just
videos.
hide.
Are you gonna buy? I think we're all poor except for you and Ray.
Go, go, go.
Can
someone get this?
Yeah, let's stay and spawn. Let's all buy shotguns. What the?
Anyone feeling
Can I get
jobless?
shotguns?
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Give you a shotgun. Is that?
I have a long range shotgun.
Yeah.
Long range shotgun. A good long range. 10 bullets goes to 1 person. To 10? Oh? Oh my god.
No.
There we go. We're safe. Oh my god.
Zoom.
Oh my. Happened to
Look like he got like Parkinson's, bro.
I got Spike. Spike drop. There. 30 seconds left.
I don't know where I am.
Please don't die. Don't die, okay? Stay safe.
10 seconds left.
Gotta go.
Where are you?
Prepare for hellfire.
Make their fear your weapon. Or use a gun.
Oi.
Whichever.
Ah.
Aray!
What happened?
Go, go, go.
HTV2 now?
I'm going to off shop Puno for a moment.
Chapuno.
What, you got a shot Bruno? What the?
I'm
Just
I
put
off for a
I am with
moment. I off for a
We
moment.
are strong.
Oh, okay.
I have the spike.
Oh, right to the left side.
Obscuring vision. I need pulling them in. They're blind. I'll find you.
What?
Mark 2. My ult's ready. I cannot use that.
Get it out of here, right?
What do you know?
Spike plant. Last player standing.
What he did? Oh. Oi. Jaguar, bro. Fuck you, Brimstone, fuck you. Oi.
Team Ace.
Utang ina, bro.
Tara na. Clock's ticking.
Get this over and done with. Ah. And then
Sensitivity, CL. Sensitivity. 10 cents.
10 cents.
10 cents.
basically the most sensitive thing.
Money.
Just like my.
Continue that sentence.
Don't worry about it.
I'm worrying about it.
Yeah.
What's
Oh,
the end of it?
cock.
Oh.
Well divided.
I'm blinded.
Reloading. Obscuring vision.
I'm out of here. My ult's ready.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Oh what? Oh shit.
Concealment. One enemy remaining.
No, she got all of you.
Don't ult me, please don't ult me. I'm so sorry.
Got the right.
Oh! Oh shit!
Huh?
That was
RP
crazy.
Ray say so stream is not say so now. It's never say so when Spina's here, so that's for me to that's down on me. Hey, so unsay so cannot be anymore say so. I don't know how he's going to survive in tomorrow's stream.
Oh well.
You say so with spin around.
Yeah.
Go.
How
What
about you?
the fisting
How about you
exposing
try
me?
one? You try one say so round. If you
anyways.
say so, I will just bring my shot. If not, then you drink
Oh shit. Okay. 1 round.
1 round. Yeah.
I cannot use that. Enemy A. I need a you should run. Vision. Obscuring vision.
Nightmare section.
Knocking them.
What? I missed my shot.
Spike planted. One enemy
Bring on
remaining.
heaven. Have fun.
Sweet dreams, asshole.
Yippee! That round didn't count because
Even
we
with
were
numbers,
top.
anything can still happen. Remember that.
I was.
Oh. So what? Yeah.
Even you never say. I was spectating you regardless. There's no such anymore. Yeah, yeah, we need to keep it on a.
Oh.
Then no camp for it. I will open my
What?
camp.
That is. Ah!
Bring them down. Concealment. Obscuring vision.
For you, it's so nice.
Barrier created. Spike planted.
Eben.
I'll have
Double
it.
OP, double OP. Oh.
He shoots quicker than me, I guess.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Oh, get fucked, bro. I fucked you up.
Nice one.
Please stay alive. I hate making new friends.
Oh, I wasn't say so. I guess I got a drink,
Yeah.
right? Oh shit.
There we go. The shots go to Spinner.
Oh shit, I'm getting head. What the?
Huh?
That wasn't very say so either.
Another shot mo na.
Where are you?
Go drink, just drink it.
It's about to drink 100 shots. Yeah, I really almost downed half the bottle of soju already.
What the? That hurt, man.
Ain't no way that the down the whole bottle. You asking me to down the whole bottle?
Concealment. Concealment.
Oh shit! What the fuck? 1 and 4.
One enemy remaining.
Don't worry. Oh, I have the.
Down the whole bottle, trust. Are you telling me? You telling me to down the whole bottle now?
You are in our way.
He's about to drink 100 shots. Ain't no way.
Match point.
Easy.
Oh look, they're desperate.
But you can't do
Unless. Hold on, where's the camera?
Unless, huh?
Where's the camera? Wait, let me finish this one first. Actually, I bought apple cider. I don't.
Yeah, apple cider.
At least apple cider is less alcohol. What?
You can show CL that star. A pink star.
That pink star.
I'll find you.
Die.
Man, I was a couch walking around.
Lucky fish concealment. We'll catch
Okay,
them.
now we run.
Oh, what the fuck?
Last player standing.
Thank you.
so much better.
Why you got running? Why you
What the shit running and gunning? What is that?
Snack time.
Hello.
Sorry, only brought enough for me.
You're lucky that we're crouch walking.
Huh? Hello.
Full speed. See.
Stay focused.
Run it down? Okay. You say so, sir.
Where are you? Enemy spotted B. My ult's ready.
Obscuring blocking
Yeah.
vision.
Oh.
We found that. Healing.
Take one. Don't die, guys.
My ult's ready.
Barrier reloading.
Well, the hunt begins.
Spike planted.
Thank you.
What's this?
One enemy remaining.
Thank goodness.
Oh. Thank you, please. Thank you.
I'm a knife him.
Okay, you nice him.
Where are
We push.
you? For you.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Ah, putang ina.
Nice one.
Attackers win.
We move
You
GG.
started dying.
What the fish voice sounds hot, bro.
Yeah, Fizz. No, wait, you not hear Fizz before?
No, it's my first time.
He sounds like that. When I collab with him, he sounds like that.
Oh.
I got an AFK offense for me.
You're wilding, Spinner. Sheesh. I'm amazed that I did not like buy things for 2 rounds. I didn't get AFK warning.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
don't
Lethal
like
Company now?
Yeah, little
the
company.
company.
Yippee. Thank you for the games, Fizz and Izal. You do have little company.
I don't.
No.
Oh no.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for playing
Thank
with
you
us,
for playing.
Zill.
No.
I mean, Zill invited us actually to play. Well, he invited me and I just have poor nature ran with me.
That's it.
It was fun. We actually played so much Valorant. What the?
Oh my
Spin, I
god.
have a message for you.
Uh-oh. What's the
Putang
message?
ina.
Oi, Gogor.
I'm kidding. Maddie says she's going to sleep now.
Okay, good night, Maddie.
It's putang ina ko.
Good night, Maddie.
And putang ina mo.
Oi,
Putang ina
Gogor.
mo.
Yeah.
Okay, I will set it to little company. Hold on, guys.
Okay.
Yes. Now Kuro just have to wait for us now.
Sorry, Kuro.
It's okay. Look, I'm ready.
You're so
Oh,
ready.
you wearing the helmet?
He's wearing the helmet. You want to go and check
You're
and check
ready
out
the whole
Kuro
time.
there.
I
Little
wake up Kudo at
company.
7 a.m.
It's
Yeah.
currently it's currently 7:48 a.m. and it's -9 degrees.
Negative
Holy
9?
shit!
That's cold.
Is it not snowing?
No, it's not snowing. There's no snow this year, I think.
Is it?
Oh,
Oh
what
my
the-
god, then it's still so cold?
It's definitely icy then, right?
There's just frost.
Yeah, for us that. God damn.
Oh, whoops, guys. There's no screen now.
I hate it.
Suit up.
I hate it when it gets that low because like my car windows get like frozen, bro.
Oh,
wait, y'all don't need the salami anymore. Y'all don't need my hand
Yeah.
cam anymore. Where's my hand cam?
No.
No, the
hand
hands.
cam.
Y'all
My
want?
hands.
Y'all want
Your
the hand
hands.
cam?
love it.
We want the sexy hand cam.
Okay, we're offing it. I know I hear until
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye bye, Zell.
Bye bye. Wait, where's the video cam? I can't find it out here. Okay.
Oh.
No worries, I found it.
Yippee.
So who's gonna host the
Who's hosting?
You guys.
Oh. Ray can host.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
right.
okay, hold on. I adjust things in my...
Yes.
I forgot to prep my ID.
Oh no, it's okay.
Damn, what's gonna dangle on my
We
boobs
should get like
now?
we'll get like an actual like little company collab and then all of us can wear the ID and stuff.
Oh yeah.
The
Wait,
suit
can
and
I
stuff.
put the suit on? Wait, let me see. I don't even know if the suit's gonna fit me. I don't know
Just
if
make
it's
yourself
gonna fit me.
smaller. Easy.
Just try if it
Yeah.
might fit you.
It might fit.
Wait, let me check. Okay, I will put in. Let me see. My body too big. God damn it.
Gagor.
Gagor.
Gagor.
Gagor.
How do I invite?
Date are you Gagor?
That fuck.
Like, well, okay, have a good lurk. Whoa!
Welcome to your first day on the job.
Why is it?
This is your very
I mean
own
it in a
auto
nice way.
Why is it like that?
where you will eat and sleep.
Why is
for
it
the
glitching
duration
like
of
that?
your
What the fuck?
contract.
Oh wait, I did it wrong. I did it wrong.
Oh.
You're so lucky tonight.
Make yourself at home.
Oh wow.
Just bully him.
Do you not like my wrist line?
And sign into your ship's computer terminal. We
Just
trust
bully
you.
him,
Great
Meiju.
asset to the company.
Oh.
Great asset to the company.
I give
don't know if-
permission.
The punishment though.
Nah, it's not gonna be that bad. Trust me.
Trusting you.
I don't
trust
think I have
me.
Kuro. You can add Kuro if you...
Okay.
Yeah, no one wants me.
I don't have you added in Steam. Don't say until like that.
No one wants me. I'm used to it.
Hi.
Oh, Minion!
Hello.
Wait, I'm still dressing myself. Wait.
Hello.
Hello.
Wait, I'll take a seat.
See, it doesn't fit me. Wait, let me remove my jacket.
Hey,
Oh,
Actually, remove your jacket is fine.
Wait, it does fit you. Just put it one more up bigger.
Bigger.
Make it one bigger.
Eh.
There we go. Whoa, it's so fit. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Alright. Thank you for the follow.
Fest!
Festar! Fest! Hey, yo.
Fizz.
Nice.
Anyone want some fest?
Oi.
Flushed. I'm flushed.
So
You know what? At this point, I could just draw my arm. What the doesn't fit me. No, whatever. There.
Alright,
You guys
next
get a himbo with a mask.
Yeah.
Wait, how do I customize my suits? Oh.
This one. Yeah. Mario, you're Mario.
Oh. It's a me, a
It's a me, Mario.
Wait, I'll be the skeleton. How do I change my mask?
See the V in the menu, main menu. Like
Oh shit.
Whoa, how do you move this? What? Who moved this?
Oh, what the fuck is happening?
What the fuck is happening?
Okay, so
Hello.
for everyone that
Oh, that's smart. So the monsters can't get in like this, right?
yeah, so you can get
Oh,
Oh,
smart.
should we do in-game mic instead?
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait. I don't know. Okay, push to talk. Wait.
Hey, I have pushed the button on still.
hello.
How do I remove it again? Mode voice. Okay. Oh, I don't have my. Okay. I don't need to do that push to talk. Okay. You guys don't need to mute on Discord.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, you just want
I'm
you want I gotta put our volumes down. Is that what you gotta do?
Yeah, cause like the PNGs won't work.
Okay. I guess
Oh, why
Yeah.
it works? So I just lower
Makes
down
sense.
all of your volumes. That's
yeah, just
Yeah,
lower
so that
out all
works.
the volumes and then yeah. Oh, you goggle.
Sorry.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Alright.
yeah.
I think we're ready.
Oh my god. Okay, ready.
Ready?
Wait,
How
what's my
what am I
mask?
supposed to do?
Do I have
I still don't
basic
know what I'm
mask?
supposed to do.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're in deep. Oi. You're in deep access. Oi. Who's in deep? Why is there a barricade here?
To protect ourselves. Oh wait.
Well, for the bees. It's a good be to save the bees.
So before we start, it started.
Okay,
anyway,
meeting.
Okay, so Fun has to stay here to monitor the rest.
Oh, we don't have to monitor. We can just all go in together.
Oh.
So do you guys wanna go in?
No, we're all in this together.
We're all in this together.
Okay, see you guys. Good luck.
Oi! Oh my god.
Oi.
Okay, fine. I'll go. But someone has to monitor because there's some
Where do we go?
doors.
This way.
Just hold right click.
I'm lost. Wait.
We're all in this together.
Oh, it's the same place.
I can hear them. I can hear them, but I don't know where are we. I don't know where are we at.
Ray!
Yes, go out, go out.
I'm stuck! What the? Oh shit!
I went to the other ladder instead.
I found her!
Yeah.
Yippee! I found her!
What's this?
Yes.
What What are you doing with that?
Oh, why did you get that?
It's from outside. It's from outside.
Oh.
I don't know how
Yeah,
to drop
okay.
it though.
G.
Can you drop it? G.
You leave it outside, put it outside.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay, Ray, let's look for stuff. Hey, wait, Ray.
That's funny.
You wanna follow Deichu, Ray? Deichu went up there.
Oh, went up already? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what should I do?
Okay, let's go this way, Kudo.
Okay.
Huh?
Oh my god, no.
What happened? Hi. What's this? What's this?
If you take it, to go outside. Para? Para take it. You wanna take it?
Oh, you want me to take it?
Let's go, let's go.
What that's an awesome race, bro.
Look at my, let's go. Yeah, we can.
Oh my god, why you stuck now? What the
We're like trying to kill you.
It's fine.
Wow. Okay, I don't have anything. I don't have anything.
It's okay.
Oh, I feel useless.
Alright, we can go to the next world.
Okay. I'm gonna get
the
killed
music is
by
so
the
peaceful.
shallow gun.
I'll just have to.
Okay.
Beater?
107.
Why do I have an egg beater? Oh,
I know.
it's this thing. Oh, I don't know.
You guys ready to go?
Doesn't show the price of this one. Do we go now? Or do we keep
No.
going?
Spina.
We can't go back inside.
Spina
we
looks
gotta die.
ridiculous. Yes, Spina looks very ridiculous.
We're gonna die.
Why?
Okay,
Leave
let's
me
not-
alone.
Let's not die then.
I told
Oh my
Kuno
god,
to
are
risk-
these
to
are
risk
beds?
ride.
Are these the beds?
The goggle.
Wow.
Ang ina.
Okay, I take top bed.
Why so eager to take the top?
The laziest employee. I don't have any notes. Damn.
No notes too. What the hell?
Wait. Ray, don't start the. Guys, not try another.
Are we doing the
I'm
same
not
world or are we
ready.
doing a different
I'm not doing anything. I don't touch anything.
Decays worsened by
Yeah,
industrial.
me too. I don't touch anything. I'm just gonna be here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the conditions aren't bad.
Wait, what do I look
still.
like?
Look like a skeleton guy.
Yeah, but my mask is it the basic one?
Now you
It
got
is a
googly
basic
eyes
one.
poking out. You
Oh
look like
shit!
eyeballs.
I look crazy. I
Yeah,
just
your
look bad
eyeballs are
race
poking out.
Yeah. I don't have enough sleep.
Oh shit. How do we put it back on? Oh,
Oh.
shit.
Why did you remove that?
I accidentally removed the paper.
Oi.
Noi gago.
Oh shit. No, I didn't
Okay, how do we
mean to.
dance? How do we dance?
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, 10 dots.
You like my skin? I'm flushed every time because I'm drinking.
Yes. You're drinking? You guys are drinking?
Yes, me and Ray drinking.
Oh, fuck me, look at that!
What?
Oh, fuck me, what was that? Oh, fuck me, what was that?
Fuck me, what was that?
You!
You?
Hi.
Hi.
Why? I'm just getting bullied here.
I'll go.
Oh.
Because he can't bully. We will bully you instead.
Yippee! Level B, okay.
Level B.
What the fuck is this rock here, bro? Hello?
What the?
Why is Ray laughing all the time?
Oh no, she's drunk. Oh no.
There's Ray there.
Huh?
Huh?
No, from my point of view, you're all like running very super fast.
Yeah, you like my avatar, bro?
Yeah.
Alright, where do we go? Oh. Wait, there's a wall here.
We went to the left side. Oh yeah, it does that sometimes.
Yay.
You guys are gonna hold my hand. Oh,
Yes,
here we go again. Here we go again with this song.
Oh, oh shit. Is there, guys?
Hey. Watch me get lost, guys.
What the fuck is nothing on this side, bro?
Oh my god.
You can guys jump here.
Okay. There's nothing here! Don't go here! What the fuck? We gotta go.
There's nothing here. Bro, there's literally nothing in this building. It's all blocked.
Wait, there's actually nothing! What?
There's nothing. There's nothing. What the fuck?
There's a lot of beer bottles.
What's that?
Hey. Oh.
Oh,
Yes?
where's he?
We should go. We should go.
We should go. There's nothing there.
Did you not hear
anyways.
that?
No.
Oh.
There's someone there.
Okay, let's go home, Ray.
All I heard was scream, and that's it.
It's another day saving the
Ow.
bees. Wow.
I just saw.
Be careful, there's bees there. There's bees.
They're not.
Oh, there's not beef?
They're not. Those
What?
are different.
Andy,
Oh,
don't.
those are
Andy-
different? How do you know?
I saw.
Oh.
I saw.
What do you see? The
It's
crawling thing?
already past there. I just saw in my eyes.
Oh my god,
I didn't see a thing.
Nah, you'll see it in the next round. I feel like there's gonna be a scary one in the next round.
Oh, wait, how do you get the metal sheet? Where do you guys get the metal sheet?
Na na na na na na na na na na na na na na. What? Oh, I did fell down.
Most paranoid? I am not paranoid.
I'm still the laziest.
Just like because we're the little.
I'll buy.
One day
Buy some
left.
walkie-talkie.
We should buy
Okay,
some
after this-
walkie-talkies.
After this one, we can go to the base and sell stuff, and then buy walkie-talkies.
Oh, yeah. I had beef with that buyer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
do you guys
bitch
wanna
killed me last
like,
time.
okay.
Huh?
Let me check. Help. Moves.
I mean, we only need like one more item to.
We purchased like enough for us.
Let's go.
What level is this Fred?
Oi.
Oi!
Oi. Oh.
Very skin beat.
How
the
what?
shit out of me.
I thought you got run over by the shit. Oh.
This way?
I think this way?
This way?
No.
Doesn't seem this way.
Wait, go back up there, go back up there, go back up there, go back up there. Why are you laughing?
Hi.
Okay, Ray. Okay, Ray, we're gonna jump this, okay?
Jump.
Oh, they make it? Oh, they made it. Okay, go Ray. Go Ray.
Run and jump.
Oh wait, there's a weight there.
Yeah, I thought you could have just stayed on the bottom.
I don't want to be a bottom.
Oh.
Not like you.
Wow!
Oi, Shakuno! Shakuno!
What's that thing there?
There's nothing here.
There's nothing here. I don't have anything yet. Oh. Wait, Gagor.
Did Ray fall? Ray fell!
Huh?
Oh, I thought you fell.
Huh?
I thought you fell because I just hear a hot off from your mic.
Did Ray fall?
I fell?
I heard the tiny hot off on her mic.
Oh, there's literally this.
Did you not fell?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
The mic cut off.
Okay, now that happened.
Good night, Zell.
Wait. Okay. I cannot. How do I go there?
Let's jump here.
Bye, Kuro.
Okay, we can go. Okay, you bring this. Do you have access? Okay. So what happened there is I killed Koro.
Oh.
Killed Koro. I body blocked him.
Oh. So he died.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I killed Koro.
Wait, so both of them are dead right now, is it? I want to hear their conversation.
Oh, better go. Did they start it?
Started? What?
Go, we have to go, we have to go. I think they started it. I think they vote. I think they did vote. Go, go, go, go. Ray, go, go, go, go, go.
Um,
Hey, yippee! Yippee! They died. Ha ha! They died. Ha ha! Hee! Ha! Okay, ready?
yeah.
Yippee! Yippee!
Yay. Then what are they gonna do after that?
I don't know. I think they're gonna respawn.
Oh, respawn? Disease. Laziness.
Oh fuck.
Hi.
Oh hi.
Hi.
Hi, Did you want to talk about something?
What do you
Huh?
mean?
You shouldn't say that she bought it off me, right?
and other goods.
Yeah.
You have 3 days left to meet.
Oh, you heard that?
You can use the terminal.
Yeah?
To route the other
Oh, whoa.
Oh.
Damn.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I just. Okay, what? What?
You.
What?
You.
What?
Murderer.
What did I do? No, I didn't. I accidentally
Murderer.
blocked you.
You
Wow.
are
No. You specifically said, Ray. You said Ray. What happened
like
there?
how Ray
I
just
probably blocked him.
What?
You admitted to your crimes.
I only
Yeah.
body blocked you, but I didn't do anything with Spina because Spina was going to.
Spina is the
If you bully me, you bully Spin.
No, what? No, there. I didn't.
Oh wait, I love this guy. Wait.
Place everything here first. Don't place it beside it. And see how much.
The fucking stoplight.
Spina.
What am I dancing, bro?
I don't know why you're dancing.
Can I put
Wait, wait, wait. No, no. It to count everything
Why?
so we can count. Just add. See? Oh, wait. Oh, that's too much. Wait, that's too hard.
I have beef with this guy.
Wait. Where can you drop it? Drop it. Oh, that's too much. That's too much. No, that's too many. I think it's okay.
oh, okay.
Wait, we're not selling. We're not selling all of them?
Sell all of it because we can like give like the other scraps. Because each time we sell it and then the next day the quota will get higher and higher. 1,000. So you don't sell everything.
Oh.
Yeah, what we did last time, we sell everything last time.
Oh, you sell everything. Ayan. Item.
And I kept ringing the bell too. Yeah.
You can.
Can I ring the bell now? Can I ring the bell now?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
No.
Run back. Pick up the item, bitch.
Oh, good.
Oh shit.
Kuro.
Yes.
Let's put all the items.
Go on.
Okay, we got the quota.
Nice.
Ready to go home so we can bring Kuro back.
Yeah.
Girl, if you're hearing us, deserve.
No. I actually got partially going to die because of him also. Because that's so near.
You came, Ray.
I thought Ray's gonna die, but thank God Ray's safe. Oh, who's that? Hi.
Fuck you, Pikachu, fuck you.
Okay, now we can buy.
I
Bro,
like.
I only rang the bell twice, what the fuck?
I like how
Yeah,
Kuro
why-
come over
why
to
they
my
got
chat
so
for the first time to just say,
Nah, but I
"Fuck
swear
you,
to God,
Dechu."
that guy hates me. That guy hates me. Oh, there's an egg beater here.
The first time chat, Kuro is going to just say in my chat, "Fuck you, Dechu."
I only rang the bell twice.
Wait, whose head is this? I can't see. I cannot see the monitor. Stop blocking. Ah! There you go. Your leg is blocking the monitor. Okay, so
I
we
know.
have four walkie-talkies and 2 flashlights. Because we're trying to save money.
Should we save money?
So one has to stay because when we're like going around, there are doors that like someone has to like the door has to like barn nearby.
Oh.
So it's okay, I
Okay.
got this, guys. You guys go, you go.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you're more knowledgeable.
Do you guys want Eclipse?
A what?
Oh hell no!
What's that?
Get him. Eclipse is like
Just say
you know.
let's just say you're gonna get fucked if we go there.
Oh, you don't want to get
So what is-
fucked?
No, it hurt. It's a painful fuck.
Oh, but that's the best though.
Oh.
We're going to Assurance. Ano? Ready? It's ready?
Yes. Wake up!
Wake up!
You ready, Ray?
Yeah.
Wake up!
Oh no, they're drunk now.
But they're Can you hear the ice cream?
Oh, Ray's here!
Yeah, drinking water.
Water, yes. Where do we go? Here or there? Yep.
Let's wait for the ice cream.
Let's wait for the what?
Ice cream.
Ice cream?
There we go, it's here.
Oh. Ice cream.
Oh, there's pumpkins.
And pumpkin.
You guys know how to use the walkie-talkie, right?
Yeah. How do you turn it on again?
Press E.
B?
Hello?
Hello?
How do we turn it on?
Hello?
Yes?
How do we turn it on?
Q.
How do we turn it on? Q.
And then hold left click.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, where did you get that flashlight from?
Up there.
Wait, there's flashlights.
I don't know, I took it.
Wait, someone left the walkie-talkie here.
Me.
I don't have flashlights.
Is this your one, right?
Yeah, mine.
I don't have flashlights.
Oh,
Does
are
this
we
work?
full?
They should did not buy me. Damn.
That's fucked up.
I'm sorry.
That's fucked up. That's
But-
fucked up.
No,
That's
no.
fucked up.
Money. Why we're saving money?
You want flashlight, Kuro? You can have my flashlight.
Wait, where are you? Oh, yeah. I'm right.
Oh wait, there's bees there.
Do you want flashlight, Kuro?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You sure?
They should did not buy me, so it's okay.
Don't have the flashlight.
It's okay, I die anyways.
Oh shit.
Is this the same map?
Is it?
Yeah, same
Try
map.
climb?
No, there's a way there. There's a bottom way there.
Yeah. Oh, this is very, very up there.
Yee. Is it supposed to be downstairs? I went down!
Oh, you're here. I come here.
Yeah.
You know how to use your walkie-talkie?
Is it? Wait.
You bring it out, press Q,
I'll press Q.
and then you hold left click. And you talk to it.
Oh, it's like this.
Like this. But it uses up battery, so you gotta turn it off every once in a while.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
hi.
right there, guys.
One flashlight ran out of battery.
Your flashlight ran out of battery?
Yeah, already.
Already, so fast.
Oh god. Wait, don't take
Also
out the
grab
power
this.
yet. Wait.
Wait, don't get that first. There's more here.
Okay.
We need more stuff.
I don't know why I got my
Yeah, we haven't checked the
glass.
other one. We haven't checked the other room.
Down here.
Yeah, go bottom.
Oh, there's nothing there.
Oh, there's nothing bottom. Damn.
The head right. Chapuno. Chapuno.
Shapuno?
Is there any more in this room?
Where did she go? Did she die?
Station is on the ship.
Yeah, I hear you guys. Yeah, I'm on it. Dito, kana, hello.
Oh, that's very here.
I'm
Wait,
kind of
this is
scared.
the
It's like
bingo.
this monster in here.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh! Where's...
Oh my god, Chloe. That's close to me.
Right now! How do we remove that?
You can't remove it.
wanna go in?
You can try, but if you can't, you can go home.
I could check. Wait.
Should I cook Maggie mee? Yeah, why not? It's this timing for Maggie mee. That should be nice.
Someone there.
I can't carry any of this stuff. I got raised stuff.
I suggest you guys to go home. It's already almost night. 36 p.m.
Okay.
I just go home. It's better to go home.
Hey, Ron.
Please don't go near. There's a monster. There's a monster.
Oh my god, I see the monster of the... Monsters in our ship? What the? Hi, Hera, how are you? Don't go in! Don't go in! Oh.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck me.
The monster was inside! He was inside the ship! I almost
Should we get on the other stuff?
No.
The monster
Okay,
was
we're good.
inside!
Oh, fuck
we
me,
don't
bro.
go, we don't go back out there.
I was
Fuck
like,
that.
I was like walking talking like, I told you guys not to go here because like there's a monster nearby.
Go. Ah, hi, Ray.
Hi, Ray.
Hi, Ray.
Ray, here, Ray, come here. I give you.
Thank you.
Yippee. If you want to charge it, it's here.
Okay.
Target. Oh my god. Almost died.
Oh my god, that scared me. You need to charge your walkie-talkies as well.
Yay.
What's this? Oh.
I bought extra flashlight, so Koro had a flashlight.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm the last. I'm the least favorite
I'm
child.
sorry, you know, saving money.
Wow, I'm not worth it the money, I guess.
Now you're gonna get your own flashlight.
Maybe I should just jump here.
No, don't die.
Jump?
I need to go to the toilet.
You gotta go to the toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'll watch the monitor then.
Okay.
Have your flashlight then?
Hey, I need to charge a battery.
Your card. Where's Ray?
Where's the delivery will be?
You'll hear it. Ta-da! Where's Koro?
There? In front.
Koro? Oh.
It's in front there. It's coming over.
Koro! Ready?
Okay, I'll charge that battery first.
Hi. There are landmines, so be careful.
Eh?
Careful A with the landmine. Ready?
What happened?
哇靠啊！
Luckily, I came
What is happening there?
Thank you.
喂！
Where is everyone? Hello?
Stopping it there. Good.
Where is it? Is it right or left or middle? I guess we'll find out. Hi, Sky!
Oh!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'll take it for the hydrate.
Oh, the higher
Fix-
radiation. What happening?
I ran out of battery.
You can go home now.
Go back inside.
Yeah, you don't come inside. Got two
I thought you
monsters.
died.
Oh no, don't worry. I just saw a stop there. I need to get it there. Oh my god, that's scary.
5 hydrates. Oh god. Wait.
Oh god.
Eat.
More like I also need the 5
Nom.
hydrates.
Nom nom.
Yes,
Nom
my
nom.
hydrates are good.
Spin up for the help.
There you go.
Oh, you and Ray nearly walked into the vault. I'll go. Alright.
Alright.
Alright,
Okay, so
let's
we actually
go.
limit our quota. So, or do you wanna go back to the
Yeah.
I already do instruction. Irashay. I need to charge my walkie-talkie.
Ajay. What the?
Grabe kuryente yan ah.
Have you guys been electrocuted before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fine.
How did you guys survive?
I don't know.
I'm the most paranoid. What the fuck? I got
Wait,
electrocuted. I was like,
Where do we go?
Okay.
Let's go to the other area. Go to the eclipse.
Oi!
Let's not
I
go. Let's not go to
mean-
that.
Okay, let them experience the.
Oh, you wanna? What? Okay, that's.
I don't like the one with the water. That one's so confusing.
Okay,
Oh,
let's
yeah.
try the. Let's go. I'm just gonna stay here.
Nah, I'm staying here.
No, you
No,
have
no,
to
no, no. You
walkie-talkie,
come with
so-
us. You come
Ito,
with
walkie-talkie,
us.
so yeah.
Give me your
I'll stay here.
torch.
I'll guide you guys. I'll guide you.
Give me your torch.
I'll stay here. You guys go.
Give me your torch.
Wait. Okay. Oh shit! It's so red in here.
has a level B, boy.
I hear bees.
Should I need to charge my flashlight? Hold on, be right back. Hi.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, where should we go?
The left, yeah. What's this one?
Wait, will the
team kill us? Will the team kill us?
Okay, I should crouch.
I thought I will die. There's a monster nearby.
I'm confused. Wait, hold on. Linny! Linny, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! A big shout out to you. How are you, Linny? How was League of... Eh? Were you playing your Rangers just now? No, you played Tiny Bunny. I was. Oh, how was League? How was Tiny Bunny also?
Oh, shit. What the?
There's nothing here.
It was okay, but my voice is dying, so... Oh, I didn't take care of your voice. Did you recover already? Still sick? Okay, you have to get well soon though, Linny. I might sound like I'm super dead because I drank half a bottle of soju and I'm already like...
Fuck the monster.
Not there.
The monster.
Oh yeah, I'm playing Little Company with my friends right now. With Kuro, who is streaming. Kuro, Spina, and Deichu. Bye. Anyone did yet? So fun. There's one incident we trolled, so we block off them when they jump over. Kind of me and the other friend just block off and then they just died there. And then there's another incident where I got chomped off because I was walking without caring. I'm not so sure about this game, so...
Ow. No, we don't have anything.
Yeah, it's fun because it's fun, to be honest, yeah. Especially when it's Spina and Kuro. Okay, true.
I think something's down there. Should we go there?
Nah, you die down there. There's a monster down there though.
Spinner!
Uh-oh.
Spinner!
Is he alive?
Spinner, you there?
I'm here.
Spinner, you not dead yet?
No, not dead.
Oh.
There's a fucking thing. Bro, why we can't grab anything? There's a fucking dickhead there. It's just standing there.
It's getting closer. It's getting closer.
Can I go in this room?
Whoever is just make loud noises. Come, bitch! Fuck you! Come here! Hello? Come, bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Bro, go first. Go
Oh
first.
no, my flashlight no more battery. Oh shit.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Okay.
It's like dark there now. There's no more
I cannot
dark.
use already. My flashlight's out already.
Bro, it wasn't dark. Bro, I think we go home. I don't know what time
I don't fuck this. Fuck this shit.
On 6 p.m.
There's a monster in the ship, careful.
Where?
In the ship.
Yeah, be careful.
In the ship, yeah.
In the ship? Like, inside the ship?
No, like around the ship.
Oh,
Just
fuck
crouch and
me.
walk.
Where are you guys? I just ignored the monster just went past me.
No!
Ray died.
No!
I didn't know there was multiple of them.
No, he didn't die from the monster, he died from the
storm.
The storm thingy.
Oh, the storm is not the monster?
No.
Yeah, me and Kudo died from the same thing as you.
Wait, so... Oh my god.
Hi.
Hi.
At least we still have. At least we reached the quota. At least that's a good news. But what happened?
Barely. Holy shit.
I didn't even know what happened. I was just walking and then I died.
Yeah. We just died in thin air, bro. We died from like a storm or some shit.
Oh.
God go, bro.
I mean, I saw the ship. I was like, let me just go towards the ship.
Yeah.
And I died
We
to
just
die at the
crouched
ship.
walking towards the ship and then we just died.
Yeah.
I just like watch everyone like there. I was like monitoring like Koro, Spina, and Ray, and then like why they're not moving? Did they die?
Oh, it's this bitch again.
Okay, press.
Let's carefully use everything.
You know, I come bearing offerings.
Surely doesn't kill us this time, right?
Yeah, he killed me last time. Should I do it again?
I want to do it again.
Can we solve
Oh,
them?
this is too much. Too much.
Oh. Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh, so this is enough?
Yeah, I think that's
I'm here to put my offerings.
Hi, bitch. This is my offering. Drink up.
Oh! Oh, seven! Oh shit!
Please don't die, please don't die.
I bet that's enough. I bet we.
Oh.
Koro, babe. So we still
Oh, where's
have,
our key here?
I don't know.
Still have the beater.
Hey yo,
we
the
can-
egg beater.
Yeah.
still have 127, so I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy. Let's go.
Hey, we're at the already. Oh wait, did everyone lost their walkie-talkie and their flashlight?
Yeah.
We all lost
Baby.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, I get tired. No.
We all lost all our walkie-talkies and.
So our main
that's-
goal is like 361. So
Oh shit.
I'll buy you guys.
We gotta make bank in this run, guys. Otherwise we die.
Yeah.
Okay, I another shot for no.
Chapono.
Chapono.
For me.
Self-spinner, how do you feel? You only have like a few hours remaining.
Oh fuck me, bro. I got 9
Everyone
hours.
who's in my stream, go to Spinner's stream tomorrow. At what time?
What time are you streaming? 11?
11?
At like 12 p.m. so in 9 hours.
12
In
p.m.
9 hours.
In 9 hours. Spinner's say so challenge stream. Stop with the
Yeah,
shots.
yeah.
I'm not the one who's drinking the shots. I already offed it.
I'll take the shots for
No, no,
Ray.
no, no, no. It's okay, it's okay.
No, I'll take the shots for him.
No, you even
Oh,
worse.
no.
No.
Are we landed already?
We
Oh,
have
shit,
think
I'm
so.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry.
God.
No, as in spam shots in Spinner stream. Spinner not drinking. Spinner is just Spinner is doing a say so challenge. What's happening?
I have like 6 hours left to be nice with Spinner. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, hours left to. Wait, what happened? Okay, can we get the context with this?
Okay, so the
I
context.
go Ray.
Me? I was part of this
Ah,
dungeon.
no, I want you to explain. I want you to explain it.
Okay, so basically the thing was that Spinner had to do a say so challenge, remember?
Uh-huh.
Then I was like, then there was like this one thing that Jeju was like, I try to be nicer to you or something like that. Then it's like, okay, let me just try to be nice to you for one day.
Oh, for one
The
day.
challenge.
The challenge is one day, and it starts from 6 a.m.
Oh!
today.
Ice cream!
Ice cream!
Ice cream.
It's 9 a.m. no? Yeah, but it's Spina's 12 p.m. Or 9 a.m. Spina is 3 hours ahead of us.
Yes, we're ours.
Where's my walkie-talkie out here?
Like far away.
Huh?
From Flash.
Holy
Guys
shit,
don't
it's on
die.
bright.
It's better, so don't lose it or don't die. So yeah. So if you
Huh?
see someone like, it's time
I
to get
can't-
their item.
I can't promise that.
GG's, I will be at work. No worries, Xiao. I will be there for you to see Spina's unseasonals. I'll set
I'll be
alarm
streaming
at
for a while.
yeah. I'll set an alarm at 9 a.m. just to watch Spina's stream. I will hope I wake up.
I will skip work for a spin and stream.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not gonna do my schoolwork first minute.
I'm not gonna do report for Spina's
I'm gonna ditch
stream.
I'm gonna ditch every responsibility. that I
Yeah,
have
my
for
responsibility
streaming.
is not here.
Good luck. Good luck, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
I cannot promise that.
I finished work at 4. It's okay. He said he is gonna stream for long. I don't know, maybe 10 hours. How I know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like 12 hours.
12 hours, he says.
Off the game.
Open.
Can we take the chair?
Can I take the screw? Oh, I can take the screw. Okay, I'm going back up.
I don't have anything.
$12 hours? Yeah, he said 12 hours. Oops. Sorry. I can't see a thing. Hi, Kuro.
nothing.
Or the dead end.
There's
Okay.
nothing. Yeah.
You also dead end too. Okay. This is a wall. Hi, Ina.
Hello, Ray.
Am I right?
Oh, okay, I see the enemy. Yeah, okay. We'll have fun though. Enjoy. Yeah.
Okay. But is there any items?
It's at the entrance door there. Oh my god, scare me, Spina. There's a key?
I got a key.
Where? Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, is that the green thing? Oh my god. A hot place. It's approaching me. It's approaching me. Fuck me, how do I go there?
Where did Spina go? Spina? Did he just jump down? He just jumped down here, isn't it?
Did he die?
Spina, are you here? Oh, I think he died because he dropped down here, but I don't know where he dropped to.
He has the key.
Did he drop the key? I still don't know.
Well, we're fucked. Yeah, we can just go home.
Okay.
cannot grab that.
I can't grab that too. Jeez, Pina, I wonder what happened.
I don't know what happened to him. I think he died.
I saw him drop next to me, then I was like, okay, maybe he's
Did he
fine.
Did he die? Wait, what's the
Ah, he's
stat?
not moving. I'll show you. I'll show you. Look at the monitor.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I think he died. I think he fell.
I jumped. Whoopsie. I was like, I know. What did you do? I so bullied Sina. Sina, we're so sorry.
Let's go. I'm kidding.
Oh, that's so mean. Don't be
Okay, have a good
mean.
sleep, Xiao.
Bro, he has the key. Oh my god.
This is no.
This is.
This.
Sina, what happened?
Hello, what happened? I saw you drop next to me, but I didn't know what happened actually.
I kind
Can I
of fell
explain?
down.
Don't worry, we still have money, so yeah,
Yeah.
you'll get your flashlight and walkie-talkie.
Oh, yeah.
Thank God that we saved up so many money.
Bro. I gotta go.
You know, it's like, it's been a moving, or is it like AFK, or is it like, ah, he's dead. He's dead.
How did you fell?
Bro, there's a gap and I walked into the fucking gap, man.
I thought you were
Fuck
like,
me.
I thought you guys from the slime, like, this is out of the slime, like, that's impossible. Your dead body should be there. Okay.
Oh, I was about to just drop now.
Oh, the bee there, be careful!
Who?
Don't take the B. Do not take that. Take it when we're like gonna go home. Just take this when we're gonna go home.
Yeah.
Don't here, please don't wait. I don't wanna die, please.
We should take the beehive later.
Later, yeah, later,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, we need to devise a plan. We can. Okay, one of us distract the bees, and then one will take the beehive.
Oh, okay.
I'll take the beehive.
Oh, ice cream.
Oh, ice cream.
Oh, there's two bees. Careful, there's two bees.
Should I just distract the bees?
No, later.
Later?
Later, not right now. Please, not right now. We're gonna die.
Bye! There's so many bees though.
And this place is full of bees. And giant.
It's another day of saving the bees.
Okay.
Okay, where should we go?
Let's go. Do the...
Go follow Spina. I think Spina knows. Follow the leader. Wait for
Follow
me, wait
the
for me.
dog. Sniff.
Yippee! Good luck.
Bye.
Or is this the one with water? Oh, I hate this map.
Yeah, the one with water.
I followed the water when we were here.
Is it not this way? Oh, it's this way. Okay, I was going crazy. Okay.
Oh, don't run on the bridge.
Choose one person at a time, one?
Yeah. I'm just a log here.
Oh, that was the wrong bridge. That one's fine.
Oh.
That bridge is fine.
Oh, we were paranoid.
Yeah, this is the bridge that we don't want to cross, but they would not want to run.
How do we get in? Oh, it's here.
Lama.
There's an item there, Spina, where you're looking at. You're right. I'll go there and then to your right.
Yippee!
Then I wait, let's go back. Yeah? Like that.
Gonna did you already went to the bottom of here?
I don't think we went there.
Oh,
Enemy, come up, enemy there. Where you guys at? Come on.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Enemy, get out, I think it's letting you get out.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
What happened?
What happened?
You don't see that gun, bro.
No, I did not see it.
Can I go back in? It's gone?
You guys went downstairs already?
No.
There's
No.
nothing here. There's nothing here.
Where the fuck this guy go?
Go, guys, back. Get out. Do you guys wanna continue or do you guys wanna do the beam?
The what?
I'm gonna continue. I ain't the pussy. Yeah, I ain't no pussy.
I am one.
Okay, go.
Okay.
They went inside me, so you should go inside. They're kind of
Oh,
near you,
I see it.
Brenda and Goro. They're kind of
Yeah,
To
they.
the left here.
also, I cannot stop. There's a giant. Run, get out. I'm gonna beat myself with a monster nearby.
Fucking Condor.
Okay.
I'm tired.
Oh. Yeah, me too.
Should we get the beehive?
Yeah, I think there's a monster like near the ship though.
I mean, we could just grab it fast, right?
Wait, go. Oh shit! Wait, what? Oh, this way.
Where's the ship?
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Ray, crouch.
It's the monster. I don't see the monster. Oh shit! I see it.
Oh fuck me, what was that?
It's the. Oh shit! It's coming.
It's coming towards me.
god, Spina! Oh my god, Spina!
Ray died. I just saw
Yeah,
Ray
Ray died. Let's spin up a missing.
What happened?
You gotta laugh, man!
Huh?
We were panicking, okay?
Bro,
had to
the,
leave,
the monster was on me, but he didn't eat me, bro.
We should have waited then. Yeah, we should have waited.
Sorry,
Oopsie.
Spina.
Goggle!
But you know it was there.
Poor Ray got eaten by the monster, man.
Okay, I think this one is like there's no. I'm gonna go to the not the one with the giants. With the...
Yeah, fuck that giant, bro.
This is a nightmare.
Ray's just vibing, bro.
Oh wait, I'll buy. I can only buy a walkie-talkie because if you the flashlight, it's gonna be broke. So
Okay.
just share with Kuro.
It's okay, I don't need a flashlight.
I don't need a thing. Just let me
Yeah.
have nothing.
Yeah, I just need to open my eyes.
Yeah, just open your eyes, your big eyes.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god, you look kind of dominating.
Wow.
That's not what he is though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, ice cream!
You should look at here, look here, and look at me.
Also dominating. Okay, Fina.
Yeah, damn.
Spina, here, yeah.
I got mine already.
Okay, I got mine. What are you laughing at?
Iku. Wait, gato.
Gago! Gago!
What the fuck is that sound?
What the fuck is that?
Hello?
All these items are Fina. Where are you looking at? There's one more there. There's one more there.
What the fucking...
What the fuck is this plastic fish, bro?
Yeah, go to the end and spawn like the front door. There's an item there.
This is racing.
Yeah.
Nothing in here.
Nothing in here.
Okay. Ow. The fuck?
I almost fell there. God damn it.
I hurt my legs, bro.
Oi.
Stop, there's one there. One item there.
Ah, Shakuna!
Shapuna.
We're drinking it tonight.
We're drinking tonight. Spina, is that you?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Ah! Okay, Spina, drop the key here. Just in case. Oh wait.
We got a lot already.
I think we got a lot already, right?
Yeah.
Let's go. Yippee! Yippee!
Ow!
I was just vibing to my song the whole time.
Yeah, you were.
Whee!
Hey guys, what happened?
Hi.
Nothing,
Nothing
nothing.
happened.
I
Nothing.
played the stuff
Nothing.
back before going back in, you know, that's all.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
There's so many stuff.
Yeah.
We're gonna be rich. Yeah, we're gonna be rich.
I'm still missing stuff, so we to get He's not spin.
Are we going back?
Yeah,
Where's
I'm
Spinner?
gonna go. I started
Okay, we can go back.
Okay.
It's safe, but it's okay. It's safe. It's safe. It's nothing. There's nothing. It's safe.
Are you sure about that?
There's no red dot. You're still safe. There's one item there.
Logan, I forgot.
Oh, it's this thing.
Let's just take this and go, guys.
We take this and go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, you don't know where. Yeah, the one that has the flashlight is out first. Me and Stu was like, eh, which one is it? Which the door?
Oh, you get the flashlight.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, bye guys.
Hi.
Oh,
Oi, Gago!
You want
Oi!
to leave me outside?
I'm kidding. Okay, get go inside now.
It's pretty chill out here.
Yeah.
Hey, we cannot go home. Oh wait, I hope we
We
meet
have
the
a lot of stuff.
I don't know if we meet the requirements though, so let's hope we meet it.
What requirements? There's requirements?
You see this profit here?
Oh shit, it's not enough.
Where the?
Oh
Huh?
Huh?
Yo, what the? What the fuck?
Let's hope the keys will be the wait, none of the keys are
the keys on anything.
oh
Keys I think we might be dead, yeah.
give me a second. Wait, not go home yet.
Oh, can't go home yet? Oh, okay.
Yeah, wait. Can I get something? Ordered something? I need to
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
okay, there's nothing. Go home now.
Uh-oh. I think we did, guys.
Ah! No! Photo, please, no! Please!
Imagine a monster came by as soon as you did that.
Yeah, imagine.
Right.
Huh?
Wow, it's just the worst injuries, bro.
I don't know. I don't know how am I profitable.
I'm
I
always the
didn't do
most
anything.
paranoid. I don't know why.
Must.
So this is our problem now.
Yeah?
What's our
Okay,
problem?
guys. I think we're dead here.
Oh no.
Why?
Oh no, there's still chance.
Why are we
Let's all
dead?
put
For everything?
forget to land.
Are we gonna get
Forget to
killed
land.
by the boss?
No. You're not gonna get by the boss. There's another way. Yeah, just keep placing.
It's like the last time we were here without fire.
Where there's still hope. There's still hope.
Bakal bote.
There's a lot of keys.
Wait, how do we know if it's enough?
Oh, wait. You went too far. I'll take some. So, we have a problem. So if you add that, it's gonna be too much. So there's another way.
Oh, what's that?
What's that? Oh! Oh, you gotta go! Oi! Fuck you!
Oh, it's okay.
No. Fuck you.
Oh.
It's okay. They'll get more money. Trust me. Let's start doing everything.
This is kind of.
The reason why I choose Goro because Goro went near me, so yeah, I think he volunteered. But I think he volunteered as tribute, so yeah.
This is fucked up.
Wait, don't go near.
Fuck you, says Kuro in my stream.
Wait, in your what? I'm so sorry, but wait, how much? Wait, let's wait. See how much we got. We're still kind of lacking. I'm like, keep putting.
Okay.
Wait, no, wait. Ring the bell first.
Pick up the stuff, bitch.
I kind of feel bad for Kuro.
Now you kind of feel bad. Oh my god, why is the shovel there out of nowhere?
How much? Let's see. Okay, let's go, Kuro, carry the.
Let's go. Ow!
Mistake. We can go home now. Yay! We got it!
Yippee!
Hi, Kuro.
Hi, Kuro!
No, the corner, Kuro.
Kuro! I know, but you were very expensive. You had to carry the piece. Oh, it got high. Kuro, I think we're gonna sell you again. It got higher.
Fuck you. Where did the shovel came from? What the fuck?
Oh, remember when I went, there was like another delivery. I ordered a shovel because I was thinking.
I should have closed the door on you. Fuck you.
Okay, so I think one has to carry the shovel.
One has to
Go
what?
near.
I'll carry it. I'll carry it.
Ray, my love, I think I could trust you more.
Oh,
Kuro.
okay.
Kuro? Ray! Ah! Ray! Thank
Ray, let me have my revenge. Let me have my revenge, Ray.
You asked the wrong
There's a right
person,
reason.
my
There's
love.
a right reason why. There's a
Let
right
me
reason
ask
why
for
I had to choose
revenge.
you.
My love, you cannot get
No.
revenge.
What is that bullshit that I'm the closest one? What the fuck is that bullshit, bro?
Yeah, you were going there. I was like, okay, so Kuro, okay, I'll go hit. I was
Wow, fuck this.
because the nearest person was Rina before, but then when you went, yeah, like, okay, it's Kuro then. I'll take Kuro then.
Wow, okay.
Plus, I don't want to lose the.
What am I supposed to do with the
I
shovel?
don't trust
Rina,
this
that's
group
bullying.
anymore. Okay.
No, yeah.
No, I'm monitored this time. You go, you guys go. Ulol.
Lol.
No. Oh shit! What did you start?
Oh
I mean, this was it.
Oh, back here.
Oh, you want can give the
Fire back.
flashlight since you're monitoring.
We got fucked together. Here's the flashlight.
Eh? Why are we still here?
Wait, we're going back. No, go inside. No, outside. I mean, no, go outside.
Yeah, I hear someone there. That's so messed up. Can I have the shovel, please?
Huh? But what are you gonna do with the
Please.
shovel?
I'm just gonna dig.
You dig on where? There's nowhere to dig here.
No, I'm just gonna dig like 6 feet under.
I'm sorry about it. Okay, cause
I'm just gonna dig
Everything
6 feet under, you know. It's gonna be great.
I think I'm gonna die if like, if you
Alright,
guys go
man,
out.
it's gonna be my
Wait,
last
I'll order it.
round.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. I need to prep for something. I'm gonna go mirrors.
Yeah, after this one.
Fun,
Okay.
okay.
Okay.
Why, you wanna sit with me? Oh.
Are you gonna monitor it, Kuro?
Yeah.
Can I have the lights?
Oh, I have the
I
light.
dropped the light.
With me, it's with me.
Oh.
No.
Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing here. Wait, why is it monitoring twin attack?
Oh,
Huh?
also for that, go to the keyboard. So you need to go here and type switch, then put our name. Or just
Oh,
put
yeah, yeah.
Ray to for shortcut.
Oh no, it's already
Oh.
there's already a name here.
But if you're too lazy to type,
How do you go there again?
hey guys, let's go.
I go.
I trust you to not die.
Oh yes.
Am I still having the shovel fall again?
Let's say, remember Ray when you died, like there was like a worm like into your head, right?
Yeah.
So we can use that, so you can be, or if one of us gets eaten by the worm, it can hit us, so the worm will die.
Okay.
Oh, hi. Okay, just go straight. There's nothing there, right?
Yeah.
Salamat, Ray. Isa, dito lang sa puro. Salamat, puro.
Wait. Ray, on your left,
Left?
there's an item there.
Yeah?
Wait, this is not right. Wait, who's in the stairs right now?
Me.
Go back. Go back to the door. Okay. Go. No. Go back. Go back to the main thing. Yeah, there. Stop. Go back.
What's back?
Straight. better go back. Okay, okay. Go straight, straight, straight, straight, straight, straight. On your left. The door.
It's locked.
Oh, it's locked. Oh. Never mind then.
There's a fog here.
With all the content.
There's no anything. There's no. There's no keys. Mas nagkitalon ka dyan. Oh, wait. On your right, Ichi. Go straight, go straight. And then on your left. Yeah, on your there. There's like 4 items there. There's like 2 there, yeah. And then there's 2 more downstairs.
I'm full already. I have so many stuff.
Is it downstairs?
Spin that and Ray, can you guys go to the issue?
Where did she come from?
Okay, go straight. Oh, wait, stop. There's something here. Okay, it's going away now. Spin, you can go ahead. Yeah. Wait, go back.
I, what happened? I'm out already.
I'm gonna go. Sinasad. He fell.
You fell again.
Spina.
Oh no, Spina.
Kuro, let us in. Kuro, let us in. Kuro, let us in. I know you can hear me. Kuro.
Should I?
Uh,
Should I let you guys in?
We're gonna lose our stuff.
now.
We're gonna lose our stuff. Yeah.
Bina died again.
He fell.
Okay.
We have 2 stuff here. 1 key and 1 metal.
Okay,
Well,
equal.
that was I think we got some first spin.
He died.
He fell. I saw him miss his jump.
Deceased.
Oh,
Why am I always the most paranoid one? What the fuck?
wow, I feel like I'm
Hi.
always falling down. That's crazy.
hi, cool. Hi, Spinner.
Hi.
I'm always falling down.
I think we're ready. Right, Senna, you need to fall, right? You need to fall down again.
I don't want to fall down anymore, bro.
It does the giant. I was shocked. Like, why?
Bro, I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna run from this guy. And then I missed. I missed the jump.
Bless you.
I think you can go now.
Alright guys, taka shy.
Yeah, so for your ice cream, Senna.
Ingat. Alright. I'm gonna monitor them. Oh, hi.
Hi.
You good? You want to try monitoring?
The
It's okay
view-
if you don't want to.
I don't know how to see though.
You just push the button. It's here. No, you don't need to type it.
So it's
Just push the gray and the red button on the
Oh,
monitor there.
oh, okay. Can try.
And then the triangle is the item, and then if there's a red dot, that's the enemy.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay, Ray.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello.
Okay, Ray is monitoring. Wait, who has the flashlight? Ray, do you have the flashlight?
I stole it.
I don't have the flashlight.
I don't have it.
Oh, Spinner has the flashlight.
Oh, wait, go back. Wait, no, go in front, wherever you are. Yeah, go straight. There's 2 items inside the room.
My full inventory.
You can go through this room, then just go straight after this door. There's an item. The item is at the corner. Just now in the room, got the item you all never take, is it?
Okay, I'm not jumping there. I cannot see.
Hi Abdul, thank you for the bottle of water. I will drink it after this. Hold on. Spinner, behind you got the monster. Hurry up, run out.
Behind me?
Yeah, behind you. Spinner. Yeah, just run. They chew in front of you got one monster. In front of you got monster. Everyone okay? The monster is still there. Who is ever to the who is because I hydrate. Yeah, I'm gonna hydrate after this. Bro, I've been drinking this just now for Levelo. The 2 monster is still in front of that room. It's still in the room. The monster is still there. The monster is still there. Thank Abdul for the boo. There's one at the alley and there's one in front of you guys.
Oh yeah, it's stuck to me, so if you went forward, you might get them.
Gray,
Yes.
For now.
I need the shovel.
For what?
Deichu needs it.
Deichu needs the shovel.
Yeah.
I need the shovel.
Okay, okay. I think I dropped it down.
Go, we need to go, we need to go, we need to go.
Yeah, I need to go.
There's a monster.
Yeah.
Oh, Nichu, I have the shovel now.
I don't think there will be a loudest redeem because I put it in a like a suitable volume.
Wait, there's still some stuff outside. Ow. We're just gonna put the stuff. Wait, don't leave yet, don't leave.
Ow!
Should I kill Deichu?
No.
Yes.
No. No, no, no, no, Kuro! Kuro! Spinner, inside the room, yeah, got two items in front of you. Yeah. There's one at the other corner, on the right side. Okay. Go, Spinner! And play Pokemon. No scaring, then I'll keep watching out the massacres. I only just I don't know how to play Little Company actually. I just went YOLO mode. And then I just only know how to communicate
back.
with you. Bye. Okay.
Okay, bye.
I'm stuck.
Oh,
There you go.
hi.
Oh yo.
Don't kill me, please.
Oh, we gotta compensate for our money, right? We don't have enough, right?
Not yet. If I die, I'll respawn.
Okay, let's close the door.
I want the shovel.
The shovel.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's safe in my hands.
No, I want to try.
You want to try?
Mm.
How much health do you have left?
Half. Okay, we're safe. I'm safe. It resetted. Ah. No, please. I need the extra help.
You wanna try?
Yay.
Ray?
Yay.
No.
Oh, that's how it works.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
Scared with Ray. Wait, that's why I'm scared with Ray. No.
What the hell?
We're in our. I think we're kinda doing well.
This is what happens when you give a drunk person to a shovel.
Shovel.
Yeah, shovel.
I can have it.
You can?
Yeah.
Since we're gonna go out and
Give
I
a
have
drunk
flashlight.
person.
Yeah, we need to buy flashlight.
oh yeah, wait, I'll buy. Just like no,
Is it store?
oh yeah, okay, type.
When you give a drunk person a shovel, you'll just be like,
Which flashlight?
Oh, cool.
Pro.
Oh, yeah.
Slash. Wait. Confirm. Okay.
Are you sure you want to take the shovel along? Don't you need more
Yeah.
hands for things?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
If I need to if I need space, I could just like
Okay.
kill Dacia and then bring her.
Okay. No, no, no, no, no, no, no. That's not allowed. Bro, are you giving yourself to a shovel? No, like give a shovel to a drunk person. Oh, yeah. You know what I meant. You know, I literally have no English abilities. I fail my English.
No, your English pretty good.
Hmm?
Your English pretty good.
Oh no, my examination I fail.
There's bees there.
I failed my English as an Englishman. It's okay. Let me look how I turned out to be a VTuber who's speaking English. I think I can on back the shot for now. It should be back on. I think it's okay. I'm like better. Yeah, my English is weird as hell. They to your left got one item, but also got enemy also around there. It's coming back towards you. Coming back towards you. Be careful.
Where are you guys?
They chose the downstairs.
I am somewhere. Don't know where.
Bro, are you? Can you like go down? There's one item below, unless you cannot see.
Oh, there was an enemy in front of me.
Can you like go down there? There's an item downstairs. Raise first language stream. No. The monster is still there. The monster is still there, you guys. Yeah, coming towards you guys if you want to run.
Jump it out. We saw it. We saw it.
I don't see any more items already. Wait, no, there's one item at the stairs there. I only seen one clip of Little Company where the ladder hits a dude and dies. That sounds about right. Yeah, y'all can go home, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go home.
I'm insane. Space. Don't know what your name. So long out with this torture. Oh, say I didn't for you. Oh.
Hey, Ray.
Hi. Who dropped their flashlight here?
Aquarius, I can carry extra stuff.
Baby, I'll write your name. Dun, dun, dun, dun,
Hey, girl, can I borrow the shovel?
Why?
I just wanna hold it.
You just want to hold it.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold it. Trust me.
I don't trust that. I don't
I
trust
want
that.
to try the shovel again.
Come here, come here.
Okay.
Okay, you have to promise you're not gonna give it to Deichu.
Okay.
You promise?
Yes.
Okay. You're just smacking. Why am I always the most paranoid? What the fuck?
I think you're very paranoid forever, yeah.
Bro.
Oh.
Do you still need more?
This is like our last day, so if we do again, we might die.
Oh,
That
507. Oh, we don't have enough.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, there's another option.
Which is?
Oh yeah, right. The other option.
Ray,
Yes, yes,
you
yes.
know, I can have it.
Ah,
No.
shit, no.
Ray promise. Ray promise.
Ray.
Wait, I go toilet. Bye bye.
Okay,
I'll be right back. I go
okay,
toilet.
give it to me, Ray. Give it to me.
Let's start.
Wait. I go toilet first.
Give it to me. Can I have the shovel first?
What thing?
The shovel. Where's Deichu?
I don't know.
Where's Deichu? Is she hiding?
No, ba. Roaring, wife beater era. Huh? I know I'm beating people up. What are you doing with the shovel like that?
Deichu, where are you? Where are you?
You've been smacking.
Where's Deichu?
Where are you, Deichu?
Hanapin mo ako.
Uy, pabebe pa.
Where is she hiding?
Smacking the clothes? You're just smacking the clothes, it's not smacking human. Unlike Kuro is just running around trying to find Deichu, trying to smack her. You okay there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just staying inside.
Okay.
You feel safe inside? Where are you?
Somewhere.
We're not gonna meet the quota.
Where's not wife Peter beating the result?
Not here,
Thanks, Abdul. I'm not gonna beat Reese out of
Where's Spinna?
people. Spinna is supposed to be near you guys. Wait?
Hey, I could just monitor Deju, right?
But you
Wait,
can't
what-
really see.
Where's she hiding?
I don't know. I mean, from the look of it. Oh. Seichu coming after you. I don't even have enough balls. Oh.
Hi, Ray.
Hi. Hi. What's that thing? Hi. Just get more balls for me. God damn.
Spinner. We need to find Deichu. It's our last resort. Also, you're muted, I think.
Oh, you look at the monitor thinking, maybe.
But there's no map.
Oh.
Did I just have an EP?
Oh wait.
Where's exit?
Yeah, I don't know if you can climb. There you go.
My hands are full.
Yeah, exactly.
I cannot. I cannot.
Yeah, exactly.
Go up.
Why do you kill her here?
Yeah. Damn, I feel bad now.
Now then you feel bad. What's wrong with you, both of you?
I feel bad now. You know what? She deserves a proper funeral. Okay. Hey. Bye, Deichu. Should grab her stuff.
Yes, please.
Can you grab her flashlight?
Yeah, yes.
I feel bad now.
Can you give me the shovel now?
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Where's Spinna?
Spinna.
Vinna.
Come here.
Okay, all of us are here now. Yippee! Yippee! They shoot. Hey, I feel bad now.
No, then you feel bad.
I feel bad now. Here.
You
can
feel
have-
bad? Hello? You
Oh,
feel
hi,
bad?
welcome back. Wait, I gave you a proper funeral.
Throw in the ocean?
Yeah?
I don't know what to say. I just saw you
It's-
just throw my
it's
lover
be-
out. I
it's
can't
better-
even
It's
say
better
anything.
than being eaten by a monster.
There's no monster there.
You already said, and there's like value to it.
Okay, there you go.
Are we gonna continue? We're gonna end.
Yes, I go sleep.
I
You
have
go
1 hour left
sleep.
till.
Then you.
I still need to
Oh,
prep.
you have 1 hour.
For,
You need to get
Yeah,
I still
you need
need
to
to
get
prep
ready, yeah.
for my date.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for the game.
GG's.
Bye
Alright.
bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. What's that sound for?
It says gullible in dealing. Wait, what?
In the ceiling?
What gullible? I don't know. Oh wait, I need to up spin this volume.
Oh, right.
Papi. Rah, rah, rah, rah, rah, rah.
Mimir. Bye bye.
Bye,
Bye bye.
Bye bye,
Bye
Binar.
bye too.
Good
Bye
night.
bye. Good night.
Okay, good night.
Night.
Okay, me too. Bye
Bye
bye.
bye.
Bye bye.
Thank you for the games.
Thank you for the game.
Fuck you, thank you. Kidding.
That's the most
still gonna
devious.
stream, right?
I am. But I don't know what to do now.
Get harder now. We're at like 707.
Wow. I don't know. Wait, I'll think about it when I come back from toilet. I haven't go to the toilet yet. Be right back. Go drink toilet. Toilet break. Yes, toilet break.
Ah. I was like doing that because I can hear myself in the stream.
Okay, I'm back. Now there's a echo and a half. I just hitting a lot of we back. Yes, I don't know if are we gonna continue or we just gonna do our own thing.
1 a.m.
Huh?
1 a.m. for me to check tomorrow.
Tomorrow what?
I have a school project.
Oh no.
That's why I'm like I'm only until 1 a.m.
Oh, I see. Are you going to go and... There's a lot of keys here.
This key, just like leave this one. I like key.
Key. How does a key do again?
The key, like most doors, we cannot sell them because they don't value any value like 0.
Oh, okay. I got it.
I will not go sleep. Bye.
Okay, bye. Good night. Bye bye.
I'm gonna save this. There you go.
Okay. Bye bye. Alright, you will look okay. Oh but we can leave the VC, so I'll be leaving the VC. I'm gonna watch one. Okay, bye bye. You don't need to watch me while you sleep.
Nah, I will watch.
No. Okay. Okay, so now watch while watch. Bruh, not like that. If they want to sleep, they just let them sleep. No need them to watch my stream. Okay, now what? My brain's a bit gone. Okay. Brain work. Brain. Actually, no. You know what? I'm just gonna do the karaoke now before like it's too late. Before it gets too late and I get noise complaints. So here we go. I'll just change to... Okay, I'll just change to just chatting. It's already late? No, it's never late when I can sing. I'm not gonna sing that loudly, so... Like, in a sense, it's like... It's 1 a.m. but... How I say it? It's like not too late until like my family can hear. Anyway, I just put just chatting first. Do I still have Valorant? Why they keep saying I should stream Valorant? It's questionable. Did I not? Wait a minute. Wait. Bug. Okay. I thought I changed it to just chatting. Did they change already? The stream setting I did change. Anyway, I don't know if I will be doing karaoke though. I need to close the task manager. Okay, I gotcha. Task manager. Yeah, it changed already. Thank you. What am I supposed to do with the half bottle of soju? My god, it's so relevant in the background. Okay, I think it should be fine. Yeah, it's closed. Hey, okay, so yeah, so I don't know what to plan for. Okay, anyway, I just need like a couple of songs, then I'll just sing. I will just off my Spotify first. Outside only say. Huh? You what? What now? Wait, let me find the song. What now?
Oh.
I was going to go easy on you, not to hurt your feelings. But I'm only going to get this one chance. Something's wrong. I can feel it. It's just a feeling I've got. Like something's about to happen. But I don't know what. If that means what I think it means, we're in trouble. Big trouble. Enemy is bananas, as you say. I'm not taking any chances. You were just what the start. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. Rap god. All my people from the front to the back. Now who thinks their arms are long enough to slap god? Slap god. They said I rap like a robot, so call me rap god. But for me to rap like a computer must be in my jeans. I got a laptop in my back pocket. My pinnacle walk when I hat cock it.
Where am I with the lyrics?
Profit made a living and a killing off it. Ever since Bill Clinton was still in office with Monica Lewinsky filling on his nutsack. I'm an MC still as honest, but as rude and as indecent as all hell. Syllables, killaholic.
Where am I with the lyrics? I can't tell where am I with the lyrics. Oh. Oh, it's here. The rappers are having a rap time. Here's a maxi bag. Rap god. All the people from the front to the back god. Who thinks I'm going to slap box? Let me show you the material shit. Ain't that hot? I wanted the keys so we will go to the my god. Go to the blueprint and the range reach on the blueprint. Turn this focus.
MCs get taken to school with the music cause I use it as a vehicle to bust the rhyme. Y'all lead a new school full of students. Me, I'm a product like Sebastian Parkin.
What was this?
They got slim, inspired enough to one take, grow up, blow up, and be in a position to meet Run DMC and induct him into the motherfucking Rocket Roll Hall of Fame. Even though I walk in the church in person, a ball of flame, only Hall of Fame I'll be inducted in is the Alcohol of Fame.
Often is all the shame. You practice all the game. Till I walk before the place, offense kind of doing it. Very given one. It's okay, I'm better than say drag, fucking say mascot. Then church it is. Okay, there's no the chair, perfect say. All the way to smile every day, looking, hey, looking this to see. Oh yeah, this is the same. Looking for me.
Never asked nobody for shit, get out my face looking boy. Basically, boy, you're never gonna be capable of keeping up with the same pace looking boy.
I'm busy making get god, rap god. All the people from the front and back, not. Going missing the car, the car scar, NASCAR. They're in the trailer, then the white chest god. Oh, there's just Asgard. You're gonna be tall with the oldie. You'll be really fly before. No problem with living. I'm surely walking. I'm the walking dead, but I'm the taking dead. I'm floating, floating. But I got your mom, do you worry? I'm not very middle. Nothing common poodle. I'm the chill. I'm the sun poodle.
My honesty's brutal, but it's honestly futile if I don't utilize what I do, though, for good at least once in a while. So I want to make sure somewhere in the chicken scratch I scribble and doodle enough rhymes to maybe try to help get some people through tough times. But I gotta keep a few punchlines just in case, cause even you unsigned rappers are all real looking at me like it's lunchtime. I know there was a time where once I was king and in the ground, but I still rap like I'm on my phone.
Crush my rhythm, stop as you come by. I'm playing with the skin on my mind. Touching you with the dream of time. You play one night, come back. I put at the AK-47 with the night. Trying to get away with a name big as someone, but I'm morphing into a modern water. Come through the forest, stepping the rap album, to the wall too. Let's rip us over the crossing cross. That's why we should have put it because we made me mad. So the sense it was behind it, and head.
Man, oh man, that was a 24/7 special on the cable channel. So Ray J went straight to the radio station the very next day. Hey, Fat, I'ma kill you. Lyrics coming at you with supersonic speed.
Some of the one used to remember the human that nobody with the current superhero. They look at you with the make of rebel. So it's never to say, all the science, they look aside. But the case of science, by the fuck, I'm so the fire, fire, with the mainstream, the jealous. I'm with the head of music. With the rock is over by the dog. From society. What are hitting you? When to look for the murder to prove it that you have nothing to your songs is very second too. So funky, so funky. Feel funky. Who of you is so hungry? Listen now, make it when the process. Million mix above you. I will still 6 for taking you. I'm asleep and fantasy and maybe chunky funky. Meat is something I will do tugging and struggling. It just fight with the devils. Here's what they want from me. Asking for the living is something whom I hate. You try to say, but you listen. Vicky, you can remember that man on the way. Don't forget him for the same time. And then you thought and be a king. Think not, why be a king when you can be caught? Oh, never again ask me to rap. Oh my god. My soul just went past myself. Love you, thank you. Oh my god. You did catch on to the song. I think in some parts, like the half, like some part, it's just like there's always that part where it's just like what's that one? I saw with the tall and with holding. You rolled the iron with the pen. That often will be reloading, and immediately I disposed of the total thing. We shouldn't be awake when I'm the dog walking in the day and you're just talking. Hey, but the zombie floating, I got your mom. Yeah, that part is just the easier part. The rest is just like I'm out of breath already. At least I can do some parts, but it's like I go out of breath already. Okay, let's see if there's any songs I can sing. You can suggest what song? Counting Stars? Thank you! Counting Stars is so much simpler. Rap God was something. Okay. Dreaming about this could be. Where's the karaoke? Yeah, there we go. Oh. It's an ad, so I have to dive in first. Yes, it's a childhood indeed. Lately I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Signal we're calling us, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. I see this light, swinging by, swing my heart across the line. My face is rented, flashing signs. See how and peace of mind. Oh, but I'm not that old, young, but I'm not that bold. I don't think the world is so. I see like what we're told. I it's alright, doing the wrong thing. Feels something so wrong, but doing the right thing. I could lie, could lie, could lie. Everything that kills me makes it feel alive. I will listen to you. You're dreaming of the things that we could be. Baby, I will be hard. Say no more calling doors, we'll be calling stars. Baby, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I will be hard. Say no more crying doors, we'll be calling stars. Feel the love and I feel the burn down this river every turn. Hope is like a metaphor, make that water, watch it burn. Oh, but not that old, young, but not that bold. I don't think the world is so, just doing what we're told. I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I could lie, could lie, could lie. Everything that surrounds me makes me wanna fly. I've been losing sleep, dreaming of all the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Say no more calling doors, we'll be calling stars. Baby, I've been losing sleep, dreaming of all the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Say no more calling doors, we'll be calling stars. Oh, take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, listen silent. Take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, listen silent. Take your money, watch it burn, sing in the river, listen silent. Take your money, watch it burn, sing in the river, listen silent. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. Baby, I've been missing sleep, the dream about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been feeling hard. Still all going on this movie cross. Baby, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about things, the things that we could be. Baby, I've been feeling hard. Say no more going doors, we'll be counting stars. They will watch it burn, sing in the river, this is silent. Take that money, watch it burn, sing in the river, this is silent. Take your money, watch it burn, sing in the river, this is silent. Take your money, watch it burn, sing in the river, this is silent. Okay. Water. Yeah, counting stars is easy one for real. In the sense that I know the song. If I don't know the song over there, like yes, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, yeah. Oh, okay. Next one. But the other version? Like, which version? Seven Jungkook karaoke. The clean version or the not clean version? Time to see Ghost what I see which old song. Damn, the unclean version, alright. See unclean version. Unclean. This one. I hope it's this one. But if not, then I will check the other one. Yeah, advertisement. I forgot that I don't have like YouTube Premium to skip everything. Is this one? No, it's this one. Blah, blah, blah. The shoulders up. Your ways and is your mind. I must be the favorite to know ya. I take my hands and trace your lines. It's the way that we can write. It's the way we can write. I think I met you in another life. So break me off. Hey, is it this song? I don't remember the front part though. That's why night and after night I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, yeah. Every hour, every minute, every second, you and night after night. I'll be loving you 7 days a week. You love when I drop me right. I only can sing the chorus. The ocean seas. Wind it back, I take it slow. Leave you with the afterglow. So that the division and deeper in the ocean seas. The way you say you right, the way they can write. Think I can meet you another life and drinking you another time. Wrap around me and you give me life. But that is why night after night I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, yeah. Every hour, every minute, every second, you the night after night. We'll be loving you 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second, you the night after night. We're loving you 7 days a week. Oh! If then the close at the door, what are you waiting for? Better can hit your doors. Hear me for the 4 feet. Going out to the sun and again in no sleep. 7 days a week and 7 days to appreciate. 7 even angles in your fantasy. Open up and say, ah, come here baby, let me soil your pride. The guy is doing like rapping already. So just like, you make Monday feels like a weekend and make you never think of chilling. Got you skipping work and meetings. Let's sit in, yes. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second, and the night after night. Every night, 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every day, every night after night. I'll be loving you 7 days a week. Yeah. How does it actually sound? That's a good question now. Weight off your shoulders on. I kiss your eyes early at night. I must be favored to know you. Oh. So trace your eyes, the way you arrive, the way you arrive. Getting in my life, so baby, open the time. You will be the way you give me life. That's the night of the night. I'll be loving you right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every night. I'm going to sleep. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Okay, Fizz, have a good night's sleep and always remember study well. Study well with your roads and everything. Go and sleep. I should be ending soon. After like a few songs. No more roads, please. I forever will just call you. Go study roads. Stop playing Valo. Go and study roads. That's the night tonight. I'll be loving you. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second, every night after night. Been loving you for 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second, the night after night. I've been loving you for 7 days a week. Take your phone and put it in the camera. Love that close up. You know, do it wait for and hit it go. You jumping in puppy, doing the self that you didn't sleep. 7 days a week, 7 different shit, 7 different angles in the fantasy. When I say here because of the pride. What you on, I can't reach your fight. Hit me up and charge a slide. You make a Monday feels like weekends. I make you never think of cheating. Since you're skipping work and meetings, let's sleep in. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second, when you're night after night. I've been loving you for 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 days a week. Every hour, every minute, every second, and the night after night. I've been loving you for 7 days a week. Okay, that is it. I sang this song twice. Hi, Kami. How are you, Kami? Back for karaoke. Hello. You can request for some karaoke songs before I end because it's gonna be 2 a.m. soon. I think I'm gonna stop at 2 a.m. and that's about it already. I came back from my walk in the snow. How was it? How was it? Uh, it was very cold but nice. I can feel it. Yes, yes. That should be nice. What songs can we use? Christmas song? Can, sure. Which Christmas song? That's the question. Which Christmas song? Oh my god. You know I have Christmas Disney playlist in my Spotify. I don't know if they can still play. Oh, I cannot play. It's not in my... Oh, wait.
Hey, here comes Santa Claus. Here comes
The Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus. I got Santa Claus me. It's in winter, you're saying you're always memory. When the rain, the sun singing, when the singing there. Hang your stocking, say a prayer, Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus.
This is fun. Yeah. Come on, let's all join in.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right on Santa Claus Day. He got a bag and fill our toys and all that walking. Hear those singles jingle, jingle, what a beautiful sight. Well, then this will hit his Santa comes tonight. Da da da da da da. Go Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right? Go Santa Claus, he doesn't care. You Uncles, your gods and children make everything right. Feel your wheels and Christmas cheers when Santa Claus comes tonight. Merry Christmas! Christmas! Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, here comes the dice and run and Christmas morning king. Christmas will come to all, sailors follow the light. Let's give the thing a blow, cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Let's to everyone, Santa Claus comes tonight. Alright. Let's go! Wait, what were you all chatting? I want to read. It's begging a lot to look like Christmas. It's a lot like Christmas. Everything's so... The little ice came. Oh, Abdul, your area, the ice really starting to come over. Sorry for my... yeah, for my voice. Okay. It's been snowing all day. There's so much snow. I'm so happy. Whoa. I feel like a kid when it snows like that. That's nice. There's no snow here. There's only rain. So... be glad you all have snow. I want to have some snow too. Enjoy the snow for me, guys. Okay, should we do one more? Da da da da. A verse of in rain day, I keep there safe on a cold winter's island. Sorry, oh, well, no reason rain, Well, Noel, Noel, Noel, born is the King of Israel. Yes. Okay, what? Okay, what? Vocals? I'm fine with vocals, I guess. To be jolly, rain, the reindeer, oh, this is tears and children to be jolly, la la la la la la la. Oh, we got it to la la la la la la. Oh, the reindeer carry Jesus, la la la la la la la la. While I tell you the treasure, la la la la la la la la. As away the old gases, fa la la la la la la la la. Hear the new year, yes, and dances, la la la la la la la la. Sing rejoice all together, la la la la la la la. Heedless in wind and weather, la la la la la la la. Okay. Since the was a holly, la la la la la la la. Tis the season to be jolly, la la la la la la la. Don't we know gay bells, la joy the ancient you there, la la la la. Okay. Oh my god, so much high notes on that one. Okay, this will be the last of Christmas songs. Then we can change to other songs if you all want. Thank you for headpats, Abdul. Rudolph the last reindeer, every shiny nose, always in the snow, everybody saying no. Rudolph the reindeer, everybody's running away, and the windows are real, running away. On a foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Under the rain, there's a smile and glee. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you go die sorry. Thank you for a bottle of water, Kami. I will drink later. Rudolph, Mason, Comet, Cupid, and Donner, and Blitzen. But you don't go, the famous reindeer of all. Oh, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, every shiny nose. Ever you never saw it, you would never see it close. All of the other reindeers, as well your names, they will let the reindeer walk in the reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your ring so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? All of the reindeer will hear, as they say they glee. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you go gather history. Okay, I'll get the water. Okay. Yes, water. Yes, water. Okay, we have like 15 minutes now? I think. 15 minutes, is it 15 minutes? I think it's 15 minutes. We can just do this until 2 a.m. my time. Then we can read off. Yes, rest then bottle vocal cord. Yeah. I think I go get more water. Then I'll be right back. I'll go get water first. I still left half a bottle of soju. What am I supposed to do with a half a bottle of soju? I can't keep it in my room because it's soju and I'm not allowed to keep drinks inside the room. So I'm wondering where am I going to put my soju? Send it over to you. Kami. What chug? Ain't no chugging in here. I have very low tolerance for alcohol, so I mean it's not low tolerance, it's like I don't want to drink very fast. And then I will get headache. Because that happened just now and I think like before, like in between from end of Velo to Little Company, like I had a moment of like me like not feeling too well. Chugging a soju as a lightweight would be crazy. Yeah, so I won't be chugging. I can do a shot here and there. Is it flavor soju or straight soju? It's flavored. It's green grape soju. Teehee. Teehee. Okay, but yeah, I hope I'm dumb enough to do that. Then Chami race. No, Kami, don't say that about yourself. I guess we can do just chatting for a while before we end the stream. If you want to request any songs, you can request. I will sing along also. I will go get water first. So I'll be right back first. Y'all can talk in chat for now until I get back water. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Have a safe trip. I don't think I'm a lightweight though. I have to test it. I have to test it one day, maybe for New Year's. Excuse me. I have a thing though that where I can't take sips of alcohol because they don't taste as good as chugging. For me, it depends on the alcohol. As cause I ain't chugging wine that feels criminal. But yeah, if it's strong alcohol, I'm a chugger. God damn. God damn, coming. I think it's maybe maybe it's just me and my Asian blood in me. We ain't chugging ain't chugging soju every time. Or it could be because have low tolerance for alcohol because I'm not a alcohol drinker. In a sense, I didn't like wine at first, but so I used to chug it over a week for my crush until I developed a taste for it. Oh, so you're fine wine connoisseur now? Okay, not really connoisseur because you're chugging it. Like look. Does anyone know? Does anyone know if who else to rate because I am praying and hoping Yuzu doesn't end her stream so I can make Yuzu. Oh god. Yuzu, please don't end your stream yet. Please. I'm quite the one person myself right now, yeah. Why the wine console? I appreciate a wine a lot since it's a part of my family. It's a winemaker, so I can't suspect. Your roots is in winemaking? I think your family and my family will go along very well. I mean, my family likes to drink a lot of wine. And we like to go to winemaking ceremonies or something like that just to learn how the wine is made and everything. I think, seriously, they will enjoy. They will enjoy it. For me, not that much, in a sense, because I'm not interested. Maybe, I mean, I can drink a bit of wine, but not like a cup of wine because I have my taste buds are like a child. I like to drink sweet drinks, and that's about it. Yeah. Okay. So. I think I don't know what else sing. I like the grape juice that my uncle makes. The grape juice? So it's like just grape juice or is it like wine? Respect the sweet drink gauge. Yes, I like sweet drinks. If I didn't buy soju, right, because I was contemplating whether to buy soju for today's alcohol stream, like the drinking part stream. Like I was thinking whether to just get soju or should I get like apple cider, because I like apple ciders personally better and it's less alcohol, but I be able to chug apple cider better. Not just the grape juice. Yeah, yes, the grape juice is sweet and tasty. I didn't try it before. I have yet to try it though. Yeah, so who wants my soju? Because like I just like I said, my family doesn't drink. They don't drink a lot of wine, but they don't drink like a lot of soju or anything. Maybe they drink more sake than soju, but it's like not soju. And I pretty much think they don't like the flavored soju. They rather just go to. I think they rather just go to Korea and drink, but they like to drink plain one, like no flavor. It's just plain soju. Then I don't like because I like flavored or sweetened things, so it doesn't correlate together in a sense. Let's put some music. I'm not singing. I'm just going to put some music. Last side. Last side. Last side. Check me to the last time. When I mention my day today, oh my god. Okay. I hope the song is not that loud. Today what I went through was that I went to school at 9 a.m. The journey for me to go to school is 1 hour. So I woke up at ungodly hours again. I haven't really tried plain soju, but my friends tells me it's not great. Yeah, don't drink plain, drink flavored. Never plain. No, not even try plain. It's like worse than it's like you might think it's plain water, it's not plain water, it's worse than that. I need to try soju. Come, Kami, I deliver some to you. I iterate. Okay, I open my webcam for now for a bit. Here and here. Sits at maybe what's a real is it this one? It is not this one. This one? Should be this one. Did you see? Let me try the other. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's this one. Ah, there we go. Look at my half bottle of soju. Please, Kami, help me finish this. This is what took me. Maybe cause I went to eat dinner, so like it makes my stomach even worse. I got the maybe it's easier if I go back to my karaoke at the video capture like that. Oh my god, it's big. There we go. Okay. It's still okay. Can I just say it's almost like half? You want me to drink? I can drink a bit. I've been using Yakult. So I've been doing Yakult and soju mix. The Yakult ran out and it's like I mean I can still drink a bit. Until half okay, this is like half of Yakult worth.
When you get your next big idea.
Yummy. But to be fair, if I have to say of all flavors, right, I don't mind like green grape one. Because it's tastier, it's sweeter. Either this or peach. A little sip at a time. I don't wanna second scenario ever. People try to go all my faces. No strawberry? I never tried. I'm sorry, Kuro. No, not Kuro. I'm sorry, Yato. Pikachu. Wait, Yato. I bring you the scene and everything. Ayo, Yato. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you, Yato? Very long never talk to you, Yato. Hello, Yato. How are you, Yato? Oh my god, I can't spell X. Yato. Tagami. Thank you for the congrats for the 200. Thank you. Armored Core? What is that game? How was your stream? Of course it's Apex Creeps.
If that's not a style on, shit, what did I do to the Ash?
Yeah, so how was okay, let me change back to karaoke scene. It's a robot slash soul like game from Soft. Stream was awesome, had a lot of fun. That's good. Hi, congrats on Emily. Congrats on the 200 followers. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming over to Yato's raid too. Don't mind me, I'm still drinking my alcohol. It's supposed to be goddamn drinking stream too. Honestly, I wanted to play more, but I need to wake up early tomorrow. Define wake up early tomorrow. Is it like early as 9 a.m. kind or drinking stream? Let's go. It's 2 a.m. And I still have half of soju left. I probably can do it like another stream with drinking. Or maybe tomorrow I will just drink it slowly tomorrow. I have to wake up at 7. Yeah, 8:30 to 9. I overslept all my appointments, so I have to reschedule them tomorrow. Goddamn Yato. Go and sleep, you guys. I know it's really quite late. You still have to wake up. You still have to wake up? Wake up at 7 and wake up at and had to go at 8:30 and 9? Thank you for the yeah, this is why you all should have a timer to stop when you have the things. Yes, go and sleep, you guys. Especially Yato has appointments. Emily has work. So both of you, look at me. Look at me. Go and sleep now. I appreciate the raid, Yato. Go and sleep. Thank you for the raid once again. Shot to you. Yeah, but thank you for the raid. Yes, go prepare and sleep. Thank you. Do all your aftercare thing. If from Yato's raid, if you want to go and sleep, you also can go and sleep too. Yeah. Enjoy the stream. Congrats once again. Thank you, Yato, and honestly, thank you once again for raiding me. And thank you for the follow, Emily. Let me just. Thank you for the follow, Pika Pika. Thank you for the follow once again. I forgot my karaoke stream has no alerts and anything, so if there's no alerts, I apologize. I'm going to edit it one time without the stream element. So yeah, for Yato and for Emily, have a good night's sleep. Good night's sleep and rest well after your stream. Thank you once again for coming by. Thank you for the luck too. Good night. There's a corpse. What happened? What happened to Kami? Yeah, good night. Bye bye. Good night. Okay. Okay, it's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. If you're in my time zone, go and sleep. I don't mind because I'm trying to stay up for friend stream at 9 a.m. my time, which is in 7 hours. So I don't mind like waking up a bit later. I probably going to set an alarm later. I just woke up from a nap because I vomited earlier. Are you okay? If you don't feeling well, you should go and sleep some more or like go and take a rest or take some medicine if you can. We don't know, but we are thinking someone might have stolen baby Jesus from the Bethlehem on the square. Huh? What? Huh? Okay, I'm just sick. If you're sick, you should rest more, even more, and even more. Yeah. But yeah, you can go and rest if you need to rest. You are sick. You should go and rest. But yeah, but thank you once again for following. Well, I'm going to drink my soju. They found baby Jesus on the gas station. What is wrong with the water? Yeah, I used to remember. Used to be. Okay, enjoy the rest of your stream. Thank you once again. Water is here. A full bottle of water. Yeah. No worries, I am very controlled with my alcohol intake. Because I know myself. Thank you once again. Hut. Saints just waiting on you. Baby Jesus is not safe. Baby Jesus never safe. Yeah, baby Jesus everywhere. What was I saying before I got raided? Be safe. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I was talking about like my day today. So my day was when I go to school at 9 a.m. Yeah, it's 9 a.m. So I took 1 hour to travel to school. And then we were seated at a talk. So it's a 3-hour talk. Let me tell you, it's the most useless talk ever. I spent my goddamn leave from work just to go to school for a 3-hour talk on how to write a report. Then there's me. I just stress on the report. Didn't I stress on writing a report the past few days from work itself already? Then you're like, no, it may be different. It's like, you know, you need to apply or like implement like a tactic or a technique for your writing. And I was there like, oh, that's a waste of 3 hours. And I came back home, ate Jollibee, and I just played Velo. I played Velo for quite a long time. I think I played Velo with my friends till 5:40ish. Then after that, then played Apex for a bit. Then I played Velo again. Then I started streaming. I at first couldn't start streaming very early on because of construction. My mom said to my cat, don't go outside cause the police is there and don't get arrested. No! Wait, police just arrest cats? The teenagers who brought him. Huh? Velo was intense? Oh yeah, come here, I didn't ask you, like, how's your Velo yesterday? I was dead asleep because I needed to wake up early for today. But how was your Velo yesterday? Do you win games? Velo and walking? What? I will pay for. I didn't get to see your stream. I should watch it like tonight or something, like before I sleep. I think I will be sleeping very good today because I drank alcohol. Oh, I didn't walk, I traveled. So, travel as in I took the public transport for an hour. To school. And then back. And then play Velo afterwards, yes. Velo was good, but I got too emotional so I didn't feel great after. Oh no! Too emotional as in triggered? Modding? But at least I hope you feel better today after the walk. I'm pretty sure you feel better after the walk, but I hope you feel better and not think so much of Velo. Because Velo is just a... Then again, Velo is just a very annoying game, but we still play again. I don't mind playing tomorrow with you. Very long since we played together. But then for an hour? Is it a uni where you could get a accommodation? Accommodation? No, it's normal. Because the university I went to has no like dormitories and everything, so it's just a campus. So you can't stay there also. angry. I was very loud and angry. Oh, so it's just Velo things like it's just like Velo anger, I guess. I hope you are feeling better because like were you playing with anyone for Velo? Or were you just playing solo? Because if you play solo, I think you'll be more angry in terms of that. This is why if I want to play Velo, I rather ask like you guys or like other friends to play Velo with, because I think soloing Velo is not very good in my terms. Yeah, help you feel better about it. Yeah. It's a song in my head. I was playing with the Arcoiris, and I not there to watch. I feel very stupid to go and sleep at that time. But I needed to sleep because I can need to wake up for today. No. I just don't like losing control over my emotions. It makes me uncomfortable. Understandable. Because when emotions flare up, it's a very annoying thing. But yes, I feel better. Heart. Yuzu make me kill. Yuzu make you kill Yuzu with Phoenix? Like the Phoenix morning? I should go and watch it again though. Hi Luna! How are you, Luna? How did that happen? I want to know too. I need to watch the stream again. I need to watch the stream. I need to watch the VOD. Hello Luna, how are you? You are doing good. Oh, good. I am. This been the longest time I stream. How long did I stream already? Closing to 7 hours already, and I'm still halfway of a sojo. But I'm so far doing good. I played Velo, little company with friends, and did some karaoke. I want to do so much more karaoke because it's 2 AM already. Sorry, I can't type much. You're making gyoza? Can you show me the end product? End product when you're done making it? I never made gyoza before. I mean, I made the filling before, but I never made like gyoza. I made it like dumpling version. So I want to see the end product. Maybe show me. I will stay up. No worries. But yeah, Luna, yeah, you're doing good. Okay, are you streaming, Luna? Or you're not going to stream? Yes, Kami is being like a chef. She is cooking real good. I can't wait for you to show the end product. What's the most of the actually, yeah, going to also. Did you get anything from AFA? Ta-da! Ta-da! I got this from AFA. It is a magnetic thing. So it just and then it kisses together. It's like it's there, so I have others though, like other things too. Wait, you remind me, Luna. Okay, I bring out my stash first. Now this is my actual reveal. Hold on. I'll be right back with a bit of items. I did get them too, but it's the AirPod Pro. Is it the case? Okay, I'm back with the items. Yes, it's the case. Oh, okay, okay. Because I saw this. I saw this at first. I was like, I must get this. I must get this. This thing is too adorable. It's so adorable. And it's putting on my desk. Anyway, I did bought some other items. Yeah, my bag of AFA things that I haven't cleared. I got this. I hope you can see. It is the Jingliu poster. How am I tired? I saw this. Yes, I got this. It's either Blade. Okay, so when I went there, there's no more Luna anymore already. So there's only just Jingliu or Blade. I was contemplating between Blade or Jingliu. But I just decided Jingliu looks so hot here. I might as well just get Jingliu. So this is what I got for one of them. Oh yes, I also got this. I think in my book others say, oh, let's see. I bought this. It's like a pouch. The Pokemon pouch. It's like a charm thing. But I like the design for it because it's a shiny Rayquaza. I hope like you can see. It's like a shiny Rayquaza with the dragon because if no one knows, I am born in the year of the dragon, so I like to collect like dragon related things. So yeah. This is what I got. I think there's one more. I got the Rayquaza pouch is clean. It's like $5? Those 5 or is it $8? $8 Sing? It's Sing dollars. In Sing dollars, I obviously got some. Obviously got some Pokemon sticker and also this. This Pikachu is $10. Ads by the way. Oh shit, it's ads. Dolly! As I can't lose anymore. You can hear me. Pikachu, yes. Pikachu. I think that's about it. I think it's lesser things for AFA because I cannot afford to go all in. But yes, it's the Pikachu. I still haven't put in the protector yet. They say it's a protector, but I didn't think about it because I wanted to use it. It's a Pikachu. Yeah, I think that's about it with some stickers. Like, okay, what stickers I got? It's just mainly like those. Where are you gonna put the little Pikachu? Probably on my other bags because I normally like to put it on bags so that it shows that I like Pikachu. Like cases or something. It's like something that I will look. More Pikachu that I will just pound on the side here and just like here you go. It's like Pikachu PC. There's other Pokemon also. There's Pichus. There's Pichu. You guys are Pichus in my stream. Pika Pika, Pichu. Then I also like the other two starters, which is Cyndaquil and Maki. Actually, these stickers are not bad in terms of texture, which I don't mind. I like Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil is like my very first starter. And Maki. You like Maki? Yeah, it's like Maki. Yeah, and then they gave me a free Pokeball as a gift too. Yeah, I haven't decided on what to do with the stickers yet because normally normally stickers is like I would think of where to put besides my phone case or my phone or my iPad and more. So that one I still have to think about it. I still haven't like finished up my stickers from like Coldfest and everything. I haven't like used that much yet. So yeah. Well, I think that's about it. I think for my side for AFA things. Because after AFA, I went to go to Hololive Cafe. Yeah, there's not much more things already. Yeah, there's only those things because I didn't take so much. The main thing I wanted was this. The main thing I wanted was this. It's like it's so adorable. You know, my sister even wanted to grab one of them away because she's like, you don't need two of them. Then I'm like, I need both of them. But yeah, thank you for the luck, Luna. I hope you have a fun stream later. I hope if I can I will drop by. Thank you, Luna, for dropping by. Okay, guys, do we go until 7 hours? Is user ending? Yeah, so please don't end, please. Or should I just end right now? So that I can catch up to Yuzu's stream. It's either 7 hours or no 7 hours. Just go and raid Yuzu right now. You have to wake up? I don't have to wake up. I don't have plans. The only thing I need to wake up is 9 AM, but I can just like doze off a bit here and there because technically tomorrow's a Saturday, so we don't have any much plans. Except for evening. My only plans is only evening. You do what you wanna do, alright. I guess I can raid Yuzu first, because I have no one else to raid. I literally have no one else to raid, I think. Actually no. No, let's just raid Yuzu. I don't want to think too much already. But thank you guys for coming over to the stream. I'm going to just chatting mode first. I'm not gonna try until 7 hours. I think it's a bit tediousing for me. So yes, there's a lot of things happen today. Thank you, Skele, for giving 3 subs and 300 bits for this stream. Thank you, Sere, Nini, and Yato for the raid once again. And the new followers, Kizzy and Emily. Thank you for following. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here up to, I think it's like you were here since Little Company, so I think it's been quite a while of the time. And I'm amazed that you were here for quite a while. Even like Fizz had to go and sleep and it's like 2 AM for our side. Now it's gonna be 2:30 AM. Yeah. Okay, here's the raid message for those who are followers. And here's the sub raid message for those who are sub. Thank you guys for coming for the celebration. It has been a blast from playing Velo to playing Little Company to a bit of karaoke and a lot of drinking. And thank you so much for that. And also, yes, we're gonna raid Yuzu. Yuzu is just chatting right now. I barely can raid Yuzu after so long. Normally she ends earlier than me and I can raid her. I did not just do that, did I? No, I did the wrong thing. It is those. Yes. Yes, like that. It was a fun drinking sesh, yes. We finished half a bottle. And I'm trying my best to go and find another day to go and continue and finish the rest of the bottle. But for now, half a bottle. I want to rest and go and KO afterwards. And yeah, thank you guys for coming to the stream. I'm not too sure if I okay, I'll watch for my 4 gyozas. Go and have fun folding gyoza. I'll be waiting to Yuzu, so you'll just be casually just be there as well. I will see if I will stream tomorrow, but I'm just hanging out with Kami with Velo, I think. If that's her plan for tomorrow. I remember she asking me yesterday about today about the plan for tomorrow, which is Velo. Yeah, I can't wait to play, and also thank you guys so much for coming by. I appreciate you all, and we should see you again once again next time. Bye bye. And go and say hi to Yuzu for me. Yeah. Thank you. Bye bye.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.